Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Dickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you. Our invocation today will be given by Pastor Ronnie Goins from the Koinonia Christian Church in Arlington. Thank you so much for being here today.
You got it. A father took a son to a public pool to teach him to swim. When he first got there, they started in the shallow end of the pool. The father and the son was having the time of their life in the shallow end. And the father decided to take the son deeper and deeper and deeper into the depths of the pool. Upon that, Judge, the son, with deep consternation, he said, Dad, we're going to drown. Let's go back to the shallow end of the public pool. He said, with consternation, the boy said, Dad, my feet cannot touch the bottom of the pool. The son had no idea that the same father whose feet were on the bottom of the pool in the shallow end followed him to the deep end. And my prayer this morning is that as public servants, the same Father, the same God that keeps you when things are light is the same God that will keep you when things get heavy and deep. Amen. Let's pray. God, thank you for this time. We thank you for these public servants. God, who are we to have the opportunity to serve? I thank you for various walks of life and every path that led to this moment. Whether we're black, brown, or white, or yellow, God, the same blood saved us all. And we come this morning with one agenda, and that is at the end of our terms, being life, we will hear you say, well done, thy good and faithful servant. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Pastor.
Very good. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the court. Just a few announcements. One that relates to the agenda today is the first public hearings that we're going to have, not only on our tax rate, but also on the tax rate of the hospital district. Also, the hospital district will be up during the briefing items to present their FY20 budget. And then finally, today at 2 o'clock, we're going to have an IT steering committee, which is going to be in the Family Law Center. Thank you.
Court members, you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of August the 13th.
Move approval.
Second.
Of the minutes. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes 4-1. Okay.
I think I wasn't here.
Okay. Proclamations. Commissioner Allen.
Yes. So I'm honored today to present a resolution to Pastor Goins with Koinonia Church in Arlington. I'm glad that it worked out that not only could he provide the invocation for today's meeting, but that we could recognize the 15th anniversary of the church. So I will read this into the record and then present it. Whereas what started in 2004 as a cozy Bible study among friends that included Pastor Ronnie Goins, his wife Nikki, Donald Ray McDonald, Natalie Kelly, and Ivory Daniel III has now become a vibrant church serving our community. And whereas originally known as Koinonia Baptist Church and later Koinonia Bible Church, finally became Koinonia Christian Church to represent the church's inclusiveness of all faiths. And whereas the month of August marks the church's 15th year of making a positive impression on their congregation and the community through impactful praise and worship. And whereas the church congregation now boasts over 4,000 members with diverse denominational backgrounds, and they continue to grow year after year. And whereas the Koinonia Christian Church community are passionate believers of Jesus Christ who connect with God through dynamic teachings, and whereas the Koinonia family live in a way that translates beyond Sunday mornings, and their devotion to leading Christian lives leaves a lasting impression on the hearts of those they serve. And whereas Koinonia Christian Church continues to serve the spiritual needs of the community by being a glorious example of Christian love and fellowship. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate Koinonia Christian Church on the occasion of their 15th anniversary and celebrate the example of God's love that they are to our community. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the sale of Tarrant County to be affixed this 20th day, August 2019. With that, I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Wow.
Thank you very much, sir.
Wow.
Now, y'all get over here. Is that a fake flash? Pastor, thank you very much.
Thank you, 06.
I will say that Koinonia will be celebrating, having their church anniversary celebration at River Legacy this weekend. Unfortunately, I'll miss it as I'll be out of town, but I wish you all a successful event, and again, congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We have coming up on September the 14th, the annual Heart Walk. And once again, Tarrant County will have a team. Last year we had over 100 people registered. I think it rained.
It did.
I have been an attractor for rain
Yes, you have.
because it rained pretty good at the Heart Walk. It rained at the March of Dimes, rained us out at the March of Dimes. So bring your umbrellas. We're going to, once again, for a $25 minimum donation, you can get a free Tarrant County t-shirt. I've heard rumor that it may be a lime fluorescent green this year with the, yeah, it'll stand out. And we're gonna match up to $2,000 for you give. I've got a fund and I'll match it up to $2,000. Your family, friends, pets, you can bring your snakes, you can bring whatever you want to. If it's floating, you might want to leave the snakes at home. But bring everybody to the deal. It starts at Will Rogers Memorial Center on Lancaster. Again, check-in time is 8. We're going to send out a blast email today, so everybody will get the details on it. But I hope all of you will come out for the walk that day, and we're looking forward to it. You got this confused look on your face. You don't ever come out and walk anyway.
Judge, I have a question. I'm sorry, but staff has been worried about
Does this mean you're going to come out and walk?
No.
If you're going to ask a question, you got to come out and walk.
No, the question is someone going to get you a decent pair of shorts? That's one of the last. Don't ever go out.
They were a little waterlogged.
They were a little more than just waterlogged, Judge.
GK, I don't think it was the shorts. It was the legs. But this is always a huge activity for the Tarrant County family. We all support the Heart Walk, and it's always a great time. So come on out and join us, and let's turn the walk fluorescent chartreuse green.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, we could have two things: those who want me to wear shorts and those who want me to wear jeans, and whichever one contributes the most will be whether I show up in jeans or shorts.
I may be writing my check just as soon as the court's over.
How much for no britches?
That ain't an option. That ain't an option.
Catherine has a.
I was just going to add that we could add that to the registration form.
Application, jeans or shorts.
Very good.
Go right ahead and do that. That'll be great.
I've got an announcement.
Go right ahead.
So next Tuesday, we will be recognizing International Women's Equality Day. where we will be celebrating not only the day, but also the 99th anniversary of the adoption of the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. So we look forward to presenting a resolution and having some other celebratory activities.
Excellent. Commissioner Fickus.
I do have an announcement, and for the 11th year in a row, everyone who is 50 and over, and you don't really have to be 50, but we're having our 11th annual Empowering Seniors Health and Lifestyle Expo on Friday, October the 4th from 8:30 to 1:30 at what we call Campus West in Euless. It's actually in Bedford, directly across the street from Cross City Church, which used to be First Baptist of Euless. And we have appearing as the WBAP 820 radio crew will be there at 5 o'clock in the morning broadcasting till 9. And then Hal J. and a couple of his buddies are going to stay around till noon and talk to people, sign autographs. So we're going to have a lot of fun. And I know we have a number of elected officials here that like to come to that, and a number of elected officials that have booths there. So if you haven't signed up for your booth, we're generally sold out and have a waiting list. So get with our office and get on the list, or get your booth. So thank you.
I would like to close the court today in memory of Doug Branson, one of our longtime constables that passed away over the weekend. So if y'all will please do that.
Can I make one other quick announcement?
You sure
Smokey
can.
Vanover,
Oh, yes.
who was another county employee, worked for the district attorney's office for many, many years. An icon in kind of northeast Tarrant County. Smokey passed away last Monday, and his funeral is today at 2 o'clock. We closed court last week in memory of Smokey, and I talked to the family last night, and they weren't aware of that, but I told them that, and they wanted to pass on their great thanks that we honored him that way. So,
Thank you. Court members, you have before you the consent agenda.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Manius.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the Court, we have two public hearings this morning concerning both the county's tax year 2019 tax rate plus the hospital district's tax year 2019 tax rate. So if we could go to item A under public hearing, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court do the following. We ask that you conduct a public hearing regarding tax year 2019 for the tax rate for Tarrant County government, and to announce the date, time, and place of the vote of the tax rate, which is as follows. The vote will be taken September 10th, 2019 at 10 o'clock in the morning at the Tarrant County Administration Building in the Commissioner's Courtroom, which is located at 100 East Weatherford Street in Fort Worth. As it relates to the benchmark tax rates for tax rate 2019, the effective rate is .218852 per $100 valuation. The rollback tax rate is .234620 per $100 valuation. Our current tax rate is .234 per $100 valuation, and our proposed tax rate is the same as our current tax rate, which is .234.
This time I'll open a public hearing and ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to this issue. There appearing to be none, then I will close the public hearing, and no action is necessary.
Not at this time, Your Honor. Members of the Court, if we can now move to item B of the public hearings. This concerns the Tarrant County Hospital District's tax rate for tax year 2019. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court do the following. We ask that you conduct a public hearing regarding tax year 2019 tax rate for the Tarrant County Hospital District and announce the date, time, and place of the vote of the tax rate, which is as follows. The vote will occur on September 10th, 2019 at 10 o'clock in the morning. That vote will be in the Commissioner's Courtroom in the Tarrant County Administration Building located at 100 East Weatherford Street in Fort Worth, Texas. The benchmark tax rates for tax rate 2019, which are proposed, are the following. The effective tax rate is .211266 per $100 valuation. The rollback tax rate is .22805.1 per $100 valuation. The current tax rate is .224429 per $100 valuation, and the proposed tax rate is the same as the current, which is .224429 per $100 valuation.
This time I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to this matter. There appearing to be none, then I'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Manius.
Your Honor, Ms. McMillan is going to do both items 1 and 2 under the administrator's
Okay.
section.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. The first item we have for you is a request that the Commissioners Court approve a letter of concurrence to the Foreign Trade Zone Board, allowing for the Foreign Trade Zone designation for Alliance Operating Services for its facility location at 1200 Mentors Chapel Road in Grapevine. Alliance Operating Services is a third-party logistics provider and foreign trade zone operations company that currently has a warehouse in Tarrant County that's located in a foreign trade zone on DFW Airport. Alliance has 27 employees, and they're a women-owned business enterprise, and their primary business involves receiving air cargo shipments for clients, processing them through customs, and forwarding the shipments onto the customer's warehouse. So they're generally in possession of cargo for only a day or two. Currently, though, they're out of space at their current location and looking to relocate to a new building in Grapevine that is not on DFW Airport property, and they need foreign trade zone designation at this new site. So the Alliance proposal involves moving operations from one location in Tarrant County that already has FTZ status and moving it to this other location, and they're hoping to get foreign trade zone status. The new lease facility at 1200 Mentors Chapel Road has approximately 9,000 square feet of office space and a little over 54,000 square feet of warehouse space. And because most of the Alliance customers have warehouses that are also FTZs, it's important that this new facility have FTZ status. Some of their customers are TTI, Mauser, who we've already granted foreign trade zone status to, and Apple. So they are requesting a approval of a no objection letter, and the City of Grapevine and Grapevine and Colleyville ISD have also provided this letter. Again, they do not own any of the inventory. It is just a pass-through, so there is little to no tax impact, and the county and hospital district will receive any taxes on the business personal property of equipment and all that is located on that site. So we're asking for your approval of this designation.
I'll move approval with a question. I'll ask the question after.
We have a second?
I'll second.
Now my question. We get so many of these that we can grant per year. Where are we on?
I think that's something else.
So as far as, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the
The
question.
creation of a foreign trade zone, do we have a limited number?
So, no, what happens on the foreign trade zone, there's the foreign trade zone, the Alliance has a set boundary on its airport, and DFW has a set boundary. But now the way it is you can just go out and do individual. So there's a set large boundary, and then you have extensions of that zone that are just at particular sites. So those only come up as a company request.
Okay. There is some vehicle similar to this that we can grant that has a cap of 3 or 4 or 6 a year.
We do it for Bell Helicopter.
Oh, no, that's the enterprise projects.
Okay.
Yeah, this
That's
is
different.
This
Okay.
foreign trade zone is dealing with global trade that's moving in and out of customs. The enterprise projects, those are in zones, and they get benefits from state franchise taxes. So it's 2 different vehicles.
Lisa, I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
You explained that there was an a district or an area that's a foreign trade zone, is every piece of property in there in the foreign trade zone? Or does that a particular landowner business have to request it?
So the Alliance Airport has a zone, which is a large tract. So if a company comes in, Alliance, we're at DFW, but
Yeah,
both Alliance
but
and
this is
DFW, there's two of them. They have a zone.
I understand.
So if anybody comes in there, they don't have to come to us. This company never came to us before because they were leasing property that was on the airport that was already in the trade zone. But outside of that zone, then you have little extensions. This is going to be part of an extension of the DFW zone.
This is an add-on?
An add-on. And it's only site-specific and company-specific.
Is it within the bubble of the trade zone?
No, all it is just
an extension?
just a satellite.
Not even touching the other one?
Correct.
Okay. And I know where it is, and
Yes, it doesn't extend a zone. There's not. It doesn't.
Okay.
It's just a site,
Yeah,
satellite.
yeah.
So I thought the question you were going to ask was, if somebody comes, if you had a company that located within the zone, but did not have inventory that they were just passing through, what happens?
Nothing. Because
So their inventory is not taxed?
yeah, even if they're within that zone, they still have to. The zone, the people that run the zone at DFW still have to fill out an application for that company up to the Foreign Trade Zones Board in Washington. There's a process they have to go through. They just don't have to come to us for designation because we've already approved that long time ago when DFW got their big zone.
So if a company located out there that owned their inventory, that sold their inventory, then when they went up through the federal government, they would not get the free trade zone
They have to.
exclusion because of the fact that they were owning inventory, holding inventory, and selling it to the public at that point in time.
They could apply to get that exclusion, and they're already in a zone, but you still have to apply because there's a lot of paper you have to do because of operations and customs, and it helps you with getting things moving faster. So they have the opportunity to apply. You don't automatically get it just by locating there.
And when you're in the trade zone itself, that's forever, isn't it?
As far as I know.
There's not a time frame when that expires.
Yes, the designation of the Alliance. Now, this is forever until this company leaves. It's only for this company on this location.
Okay. But the foreign trade zone, which is a geographic boundary, is
At DFW, it is
forever.
set. Yes.
Correct?
Forever
Yes.
or
I
until
think
the
it's
customer
forever.
decides to do something different.
We did it in Southlight,
Yes.
and I was told it was.
It's
Yeah,
correct.
You got one shot. You do it or don't do it. So,
Yeah, correct.
okay.
I think the judge's question was a good one, and I don't think he got a good answer to his question. It seems to me that these foreign trade zones are designed for people who are just passing inventory through, not holding it for their own account and selling it and making a profit. I don't think a company like the one he described would be eligible for an exemption.
I guess what I would ask, you said if they're inside of there, all they got to do is they've got to do their applications to the federal government. I would like for you to follow up with someone and just say, okay, what prevents a company that would not necessarily qualify for the foreign trade exemption? If they get in there, then what allows us to be able to collect any kind of tax on their inventory?
Okay. I'll check with the trade zone managers and find out.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
All right, the next item we have before you is a request that Commissioners Court approve the resolution providing approval of the issuance of 2019 retirement facility revenue bonds by Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation for Tarrant County Senior Living Center, Inc., in the amount not to exceed $120 million. The proceeds of these Series 2019 bonds will be used to refinance previously issued 2009 bonds that were issued by the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation for the improvements at the Staten at Museum Way. All public hearings have been done and notices have been given, and this approval is simply for the bonds to qualify as tax exempt under the Internal Revenue Code. Again, TCC EFFC will issue the bonds, and Tarrant County is not liable for repayment of these bonds.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah. It seems to me that after we approved the initial bonds on this project, that the state came in and challenged their status as a tax-paying entity and got designated a nonprofit, and that they now pay no taxes in this county. I didn't feel real good about that. But
Is that what happened?
I'm going to let Randy Dean come forward since he is the counsel for our Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation.
Good morning, members of the court.
Morning.
Commissioner Brooks, I'm not aware of any challenge by Staten. That would have been after the 2009 bonds were issued and approved. So,
like I said, after the
unfortunately, I can't
bonds were
speak to
approved and issued, they came in and changed their status.
Why don't we hold, if wouldn't be a...
We're in the middle of this deal now. It doesn't...
So what happened at Staten Way was that they were taxable, and they filed a tax exempt status with TAD.
Right.
And there was a court decision that basically said that because a certain portion of them was for some type of housing, low-income housing or moderate housing, that they became tax exempt. Because we ran into that issue because Staten Way was part of the TRVA and that TIF.
Yeah. If a portion of Staten Place or Way or whatever it's called is for low-income housing, it's a very, very small portion.
That's correct.
That is a very, very upscale retirement community.
Yes.
Is there anybody here with that particular organization?
Rand is the closest.
and I serve as bond counsel for Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation. And I believe the issue that's raised is a property tax issue rather than financing tax exempt bond issue.
Yeah.
I understand the relation, but for my purposes, I can't really address that directly, unfortunately.
I'm not prepared to try to block a deal that's already out there and operating. I just registered the fact that I didn't feel good about what they did.
Yes, sir.
So what they're doing is they're refinancing this thing.
They're
going from a 2009 debt to a 2019 debt.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
What kind of rate difference are they getting?
Minimal difference, but they did pay off the 2009 C series bonds, and as part of just a finance reorganization and attempt to save finance cost, they come to the board for 2019. The members of the court may recognize that I've not been here in 2019 because bond rates have been so stable, neither up nor down. Therefore, there's not a lot of activity in the bond markets for health facilities this year. This is the first time that I've appeared before the court this year.
I don't know that we actually have the authority to impact this deal one way or the other. This is just a courtesy notice.
Commissioner
But
Brooks
I still
is
didn't
well
feel
aware
good
of
about it.
Yes, sir.
And they should know that there are consequences if it's only bad publicity.
But so if we move forward with supporting this, what type of precedent are we setting? I don't know that I understand that. What precedent are we setting if we move forward with passage of this?
The purpose of the resolution is simply for approval so the bonds can retain their tax exempt status under the Internal Revenue Code. Beyond that approval, there is no impact. There's no public funds. There's no public obligation for these issuances. This is a private lender and a private borrower for a project in Tarrant County, specifically the type that's designed for tax exempt status by the Health Facilities Development Act and the Retirement Facilities Development Act.
And when he refers to tax exempt, he's referring to the interest on the bonds and not that. We have from time to time.
Not the real estate.
Yeah, and it's been quite a while, but every once in a while we will approve a development through our Housing Finance Corporation, and they will either go afterwards and they will get a tax exempt status, or sometimes they will let us know that they're doing that, and we will strongly encourage them to do things on the property that, like set up child care facilities or places where they can help their tenants with different services and things along that type of lines. So I think this is just one of those instances where, we're sometimes not real happy when they ask us to give them some exemption, and then they turn around later on and take what was a taxable piece of property and take it off the tax rolls on us. Again, I'm not sure there's anything we do at this particular point in time.
Well, let me ask this. Are there questions that we want answered that we're not going to get answered if we vote for this tonight?
Right.
So the only way we're going to get them answered is to postpone this until we get the answer.
I don't know that there are any questions to be answered. I just wanted to make note of the fact that they did what they did and that I didn't like it.
Okay.
If we were to not approve this, we'd probably be hit with some kind of mandamus action because it's.
Well, I don't know. This is our decision to make. If we make it, we make it. If we don't, we don't. There's some investors out there that's going to have a little bit of a hiccup because they just went from no tax to probably a ordinary income tax on that interest.
And there's 2009 bonds in place, tax exempt bonds from 2009 that are in place.
So all that will happen is they will not refund those bonds.
They would not refinance them if they're not tax exempt. That would certainly throw the financial incentive out.
That wouldn't upset me.
And members of the court, if the refinancing plan goes forward, it allows the community to continue to be successful, continue to be in operation, and hopefully be able to pay the property taxes that I think
they're not paying the property taxes.
And
so they're not doing that.
Yes, sir. They have full capacity. It is that obviously qualifies a tax exempt organization under 501c3. And so from all of the requirements that we have reviewed that will be approved by the Attorney General's Office, that have been approved by the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Board, they meet the requirements.
Tell me where this is located again.
It's in the museum, that West 7th Street Museum Place area.
So it's not likely to go under if we don't.
It's not low-income housing.
I call the question.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, we got a motion in a second.
You made it.
No.
Yeah.
For the sake of argument.
And Commissioner Brooks, I'm happy to get in contact with the ownership group at the Staten for a conference meeting, maybe to express your concerns. I can't speak for them, but I believe I can certainly facilitate that type of.
Well, we can either hold it for a week and let them come and talk about it, or we can.
I tell you what, I withdraw my motion to approve.
I thought we just took a vote on it.
Well, if we take a vote on it, I think it's failing. So, we can either hold, he's withdrawn his motion. So at this point in time,
Okay, let's,
I'll withdraw my.
we'll put it on hold for a week.
well, okay, so if that's what the desire of the court is, we did take a vote because it was shown on the board.
Well, let's,
So you'd have to have a motion to reconsider, and then
let's
I
show
didn't
the
look at the
vote.
board. What
I
did
didn't
the
either.
board
Let's get the
reflect?
vote.
The vote passed 3-2.
No, now, just a second. I had somebody over here saying, wait a minute.
Yeah, that was me.
And so now let's look at the vote, and I think, I don't know.
I would have voted no, but I didn't get to,
The judge never, so the
didn't
judge
call the
never-
vote.
I never called
called
the
vote.
Yeah.
vote.
There was a posting of the vote, so I don't think there was that official vote from the board. The judge hasn't officially called for the vote.
And that's why I turned it off, because she had indicated that, wait a minute. So I turned the thing off, and so at this point,
But when you turned it off, I saw 3 green X's up there.
well, I'm fine. That's
Okay.
fine. But I didn't call the vote.
I'd like to modify my X if it was up there.
And so it may be to make it cleaner.
I wasn't aware that we were
You may
voting.
want to go ahead and do what GK said, go ahead and make a motion to reconsider and put this on hold, and go ahead and vote on that motion in order to clean up the confusion that was made.
Commissioner Allen, would you make a motion to reconsider?
Yes, I make a motion that we reconsider and that we're waiting a week. Is that what we're doing?
Would you second the reconsider?
Yes.
I will.
You can't. You voted no.
Oh,
Yeah,
These
okay.
two, there was a second, a first, a motion and a second by 2 that had voted for. So we'll now vote on the reconsidering the motion. So you voted, and the motion to reconsider passes. Now, at this point, we have no motion on the floor.
I move that we hold this for a week.
Okay, do we have a second?
I thought I just made that motion.
Well, no, you made a motion
Just
to
to
reconsider.
reconsider. Okay, sorry, I combined the two. No, you're right. Okay, so I second that.
Okay, so we now have a motion to hold for 1 week. And that motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
They may want to talk with somebody.
And Judge, any direction for me to?
Well, I think that they need to, we need to understand, I guess, a couple of things. I need to understand why it got tax exempted afterwards from the property taxes. If it was, is there a certain percentage that made that happen? Is that percentage a valid percentage still? And, you know, I think there's some question as to whether or not the court's gonna do it. So they may wanna, they can't make the rounds, can they?
No. If they wanted to address this court, they could either do 1 or 2 commissioners in some sort of work session, or they can come here in open session to address this court.
bring them back.
So then we
And I
could
can
just,
have, I expect to be able to have a representative here Tuesday. Of course, going to reconsider that motion. To answer those operational questions, unfortunately, I can respond to the finance questions, but not the operations questions.
Well, you heard the operational as well as the finance questions that we had.
Yes, sir, I believe
and
so.
then additional questions, just send it to you, GK, or to Lisa, so that those questions, they can be prepared to answer those questions next week.
Yeah. Why don't you send them to Lisa and
Okay.
Yeah.
copy me?
Okay, great.
Very good. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, members of the court.
Thanks.
Mr. Tidwell.
I have two items I'm asking the court to consider this morning. The first is approval and release of the substitution and acceptance of the substitution of the depository collateral for the $53,410,000 as outlined in your court communique.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And our other item is we recently went through the process of selecting a new or entering into a new contract for our depository for the county. And previously we had agreed, and part of that solicitation for that depository was to include the acceptance of a letter of credit from the Federal Home Loan Bank, and it's not to exceed the $150 million. So today we're asking that you accept the approve and therefore will accept the Federal Home Loan Bank Chicago irrevocable letter of credit and collateral and an amount not to exceed $150 million. The document is attached for your review.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Glenn.
Move to receive and file personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and second to receive and file personnel agenda. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Good morning. So we have three additional items. If we could skip item 2, we'll come back to it. The last two items, items 3 and 4, have quite a bit of overlap. Item 3, the constable is requesting a double fill. He has an individual, his office manager, who is leaving her position and is actually moving to JP2, which is the next item on your agenda. So the constable is asking for a double fill for 4 days, September 3rd through the 6th, so that this individual have an opportunity to train her replacement, who, by the way, is also coming from JP2. So the net cost for this request is less than $1,000. Actually, it's about $600, and it's the money would be coming from the general fund.
Move approval. I'm on a diagram.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. So basically, you have someone from JP2 moving to Constable 2 and somebody from Constable 2 moving to JP2.
Correct. And the individual in the constable's office will be training her replacement, who's coming from JP2, and then she too is going to JP2. So basically, there's a swap.
Are they just swapping positions?
No, sir.
Okay.
So just a point, the reason that I asked Tina to talk about both of these together is because the next item on the agenda is going to be from JP2 to double fill a position also of a person, and it's a month-long, at least a month-long fill.
3 weeks.
3 weeks. So they're connected, but they're not connected. I just wanted to make sure the court was fully aware of what you all would be voting on with these two items.
Can you say that one more time?
So I'll go through it.
Okay.
So
Explain both of them if you can.
Sure.
As we're trying to figure this out.
So the constable's office has an office manager. Her last name is Dockin. She's the current office manager. So she's leaving that position. She's accepted a position in JP2's organization. What the constable is asking is that before she leaves to take the position in JP2, that she be allowed to train her replacement for 4 days. That's the double fill request. And the individual that's replacing her is coming from JP2. So the cost of that request, the double fill for 4 days, is around $600. That does include fringe benefits, and of course that would be an impact to the general fund. The second part of it, which might make it a little bit clear, so Ms. Dockin, I just indicated that she'll be training her replacement. So after she trains her replacement, then she moves to JP2 and assumes the role of the Justice Court Manager. What JP2 is requesting is that she, Ms. Dockin, who's come from the Constable's office, be allowed to train with the individual who's leaving JP2 for 3 weeks. That's the first part of the request. And that also
The current Justice Court manager.
correct. Well, she's the current office manager for the constable's office. So when she leaves the constable's office, she'd be working for the JP. Okay, so she would be cross-training, or double fill is what we call it, with the existing Justice Court manager who's set to leave, I believe, at the end of September. So the request from the JP is that when she comes, Ms. Docking comes to his court, that she double train or they cross-train, double fill for 3 weeks. The second part of the request is that the individual who's leaving, Ms. Griggs, that you waive, who is the current Justice Court manager. Yes, sir.
That's what I asked you before, and you said no.
Okay. Then I stand corrected. So she's retiring. Ms. Dockin is taking her position. They will train with each other for 3 weeks.
I got it.
Okay, and then you're also being asked to waive 400 vacation hours that Ms. Griggs has. The cost for the double fill for FY19 is about $5,000 to the general fund. The waiver, that request, will actually result in salary savings of about $11,000, and of course that will be in fiscal year 20. Yes, sir.
You still got a vacancy in JP2.
No, we'd have a JP.
Yes, we
Angie's
do.
saying
We
yes.
Still have one.
Yes.
So can we leave that position open for a little bit to allow
For the waiver?
for a part of that? I mean, you're saying that
Yes.
the person moving over, I guess, to the justice deal is going to be making far less than what the person that's retiring, and so we'll make
Correct.
up that money.
Correct.
Okay, so it's probably not that critical. But she's still got to fill that one
Yes, the individual
clerk
who
position that moved over
to the constable's office. Yes, sir, that's correct. I know. It's
Can we
Mr.
pass both those
Manius'
at the same time, just so that I don't.
Mr. Manius' fault.
I'll amend my
Why not?
motion to approve items 2 and 3.
3 and 4, yes, sir.
Who was the second?
Was there one? I don't know. Was there one?
No,
If
I
not,
thought-
then I'll second.
We got a second.
Yeah.
She's got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have a really easy item, compensation for 2020. And Mr. Manius will go over that one as well.
No.
Are we just going over all of is this just this compensation part, or is this all the budget, or what are we doing?
No, this is the compensation, the Corn Ferry recommendations, and the discussion on law enforcement.
Okay.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's yet to be determined.
Sorry?
It's yet to be determined.
I know, right?
Yeah, I think it's already trending.
Sometimes this is a little bit easier with paper copies, so let me just bring you paper copies. I'm sorry I'm moving this.
Is it the same thing that was in those posts? Okay.
Thank you, Ange.
I see you watching the GK.
I think you need to put some tape on the floor. All right, so what I just handed to you is the same information that's in the court book. It's just a little bit easier to follow on paper sometimes. So I'm going to go ahead to the second page, which is on the back side of your first copy. These are just the general recommendations for the compensation year 2020. So structure adjustments. In general, we're going to talk about minimum implementation and maximum implementation right now. We'll get to the specific structure adjustments on the next page. So minimum implementation applies to non-law enforcement employees. What that means is any non-law enforcement employee with a salary below the recommended higher-end rate would be eligible to receive an increase to move to the new higher-end rate. That would happen effective October 1st, and those are awarded automatically unless the department tells us otherwise. Similarly, maximum implementation is for law enforcement employees because they're on a step. Any recommendation for change to their structure would be awarded automatically, also effective October 1st, so that they remain on their steps. Merit increases, we're recommending a 3% merit pool that would be awarded on January 1st. Full-time classified employees would be eligible for merit if they were hired before August 1st. Those employees who are maxed out or who reach their max as a result of a merit increase could be eligible for a lump sum payment. The total of any merit increase and the lump sum payment could not exceed 3%. This is the same policy we've had in past years. Step increases are awarded on the review dates for law enforcement employees. Project employees and unclassified employee increases are recommended at 3% for those individuals not tied to elected officials. These are awarded October 1st automatically, again, unless the department notifies us otherwise. Reclassifications, we're working on those, almost finished, will be awarded on October 1st under the usual policy of a 5% increase or an increase to the higher end rate, whichever is greater. Generally, a couple of notes at the bottom there. Performance appraisal scores will again be at a minimum 2.95 in order to be eligible for merit and step. And if employees aren't receiving a regular county paycheck, i.e. they're on an unpaid leave of absence, they will receive their increase when they return to work. Any questions on that page? All right. So the next page, we have the structure adjustment recommendations. What you see there for the most part are the recommendations that Korn Ferry gave to us on July 30th. We have a couple of alternative suggestions or recommendations that I'll discuss. The first being for grade 70. You've heard this a couple of times now. Hopefully this will be the last time you've heard this. On grade 70, you may recall back in fiscal year 17, we increased that grade by 7.2% in order to comply with what we were expecting to be new rules on exempt status for overtime purposes.
What was that percent again? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear it.
FY17, we were expecting the minimum for exempt purposes to be about 43,000. That never happened. It was stopped about a week before it was supposed to go into effect. So we made the change. Nobody else did. So we increased it to We increased it by 7.2%, and we've been trying to put that cushion back between 7 and the 70s and the 71s ever since. So this should get us there, modifying that 3.5% recommendation to 2.3%, and that will get that distance back between the 70 and the 71 grades. You also have two alternate recommendations from our law enforcement groups. Alternate A and alternate B are what I'm calling them. The first alternate is, as you see with the law enforcement recommendations, they're moving those from 3% to 4%. It also includes a request to increase the higher-end rate or the step for grade 53 employees in the Operations Bureau from step A to step E. This is.
How many steps are there total?
I'm sorry?
How many steps are there total?
It's steps A through K, so should be 11. 11, I think that is. Yes, 11. I had to count, sorry.
So alternate B is an additional 4% over the 4% in
No.
alternate A?
No, it's
either or.
Either
4% or 4%.
Yes, and the alternate B is just 4% for the grade 53s with 3% for the remaining grades.
I see.
And you might remember that in the law enforcement STEP program is that besides what we would increase the grades, then as you move up in a step, there's about a 3% increase on top of that. So when we look at the three, in reality, we're looking at least a 6% increase per officer. In 4, it would be 7%.
So on the next page, what you see is the cost of the 2020 recommendations.
Let me go back just one second, because I want to, right now when someone comes in, I know we have the minimum, we have a higher end, and then we have the maximum in our normal
Non-law enforcement.
non-law enforcement areas. In the law enforcement area, does everybody come in when they go, do they start out at step A, or do they
Yes.
go? So everybody starts out at step A regardless of what their grade
Yes.
level is, and then if there's that 11 steps, then if they're in that grade after 11 years, they're maxed out.
That's correct.
Okay. And they're wanting, is it just for the 53s that they're wanting to be, or they, and I'm assuming those are your jailer positions?
53s are deputy sheriffs, deputy constables.
Okay.
And just to note, to make sure, it's just the Operations Bureau, so this would not apply to the detention corporals in confinement.
Do we have differences between grades? Do we have differences between grades now? The same grade, is there a difference?
In the
as far
higher
as
end rate?
higher end?
No.
So this would be kind of an exception to what we've done in the past?
Yes.
Okay.
So the next page, we're titled Cost of FY 2020 Compensation Recommendations. This includes the cost of Korn Ferry's recommendations and the decrease in the grade 70 range recommendation. So before we move on to the following page to talk a little bit more about the law enforcement costs, the line that's perhaps relevant to that page is the fourth line down, the LE structure line.
Is the what?
The LE structure line, it's the fourth line down.
The 3.2.
3.277. So to move on then to the last page where we talk about the various law enforcement structure proposals, I'll take a second to explain the various columns. So that 3.277 is the first column, so that's the Korn Ferry recommendation. If we were to implement Korn Ferry's recommendation, remember that's the 3% across the board, but add the step E change for the 53 Operations Bureau individuals, it would cost another $1.19 million. The next two columns include the 4% recommendation across the board from law enforcement. So the cost instead of the 3.277 would be the 4.369. If you add this grade 53 step E higher end rate, that's another 1.3 million. And then the following, or the last two columns, this would be the cost of the 4% increase for grade 53s only, for that, only that grade. This would be in lieu of the 3.277 again. This is 3.668. If you add the step E higher end rate, it's an additional 1.3 million. And with that, I will look for your guidance or questions.
So I want to be, okay, the one thing that I'm a little confused about is you're saying that next to the last column from the right, law enforcement recommendation B, 4% for grade 53 only. So what you're saying is that the 4%, that extra 1% for just grade 53 is about $400,000.
Correct.
Okay. But again, it's low because that's just for the deputy constables?
The 4% in this case would be for all of them. The higher end rate is where we were looking only the Operations Bureau, the Sheriff's Office, and then the Constable's Office. would appear the sheriff would like to say something.
Come on down, Sheriff.
Thank you, Ange. Good job, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioners. And Judge Whitley, for the walk, we have TCSO cadet shorts that I assure you are okay.
I've seen those shorts. There ain't no way in hell I'm getting them. That's kind of like that spandex that that they some of these bike riders use. Spandex and I don't get along.
No, they're not spandex, but okay, all right. But we'll furnish you a pair and see if it's an option for you, just to see if you think that. But thank you for listening this morning. Ange did a great job of presenting, and yes, we have requested a couple of different things. And I just a week or so ago, when I was before y'all on budget issues, the number one reason that people left the county, according to our reviews, is because of low staffing, and that they were overworked. But the second reason was pay, and that was mostly in the peace officer area. And I know that just a few minutes ago, you guys are governing over one of the greatest economies that this county has ever seen and this state has ever seen, and you're doing a great job. I mean, that's the reason everybody's moving here. So I don't know if you want to stop that or not, but with 100 people a day moving in, we have a lot of things going on. And around us, the areas have gotten completely competitive. But I want to say just a couple of things, if I could, is that we are experiencing the lowest turnover rate of any major county. So I think our environment is pretty good. And since I've been here in 2017, is that we've done things to be efficient and effective and do more with less. For instance, because of the empowering and the training of our deputies out in the field, we've reduced the fatality rate in the county, the fatality rate, by 60%. And where those numbers, some people say, well, they might not be huge, but if you're one of those numbers, that's big. That goes from, for instance, 13 people down to an average of 5 that are losing their lives out there. And of course, we started a human trafficking unit. We cannibalized inside, and we reprioritized inside, and we've saved children, and we have interrupted things. We've helped out nationally. Our narcotics team has interrupted the cartel with large and huge bust. So we're doing things internally that are doing this. And of course, you have right now of major counties in the state of Texas and across the country, you have one of the safest downtowns that we've ever had. And that credit goes to our downtown patrol that is patrolling our county corridors to make sure our people can come and go without being harassed and making sure that they're safe there. And, with this economy the way it is, and why these people are coming here is I believe because of rule of law. And I credit the criminal justice system as doing a good job that they feel safe here and they can do that. And I do apply to that philosophy is that we do more with less. We have less employees that are doing things than any other major county in the state. And I mean, we can compare those off the chart. But I think that as we think about those things, the last thing we want to do is get behind on pay. And the reason that we're asking for 4% is according to the Korn Ferry, I'm sorry, I may mess that word up, the Korn Ferry study, is that last year we were at 4.1% above P25. Now we're only 0.08. So we've lost ground, and I urge you that we shouldn't lose ground in those areas. And with an overall 4% throughout the county, I think will help that a great deal to make sure that we stay there. Specifically, to clarify what we were asking for entry pay to be moved up to that 53E is specifically for peace officers. The 53 peace officers, and there's some in detention, such as the bond desk and other places that they're in, is that we ask for that to move up. And I know the Korn Ferry study is something that we rely on, but if you look quickly at the people, where our people are going when they leave here, we can track them. We're losing to Fort Worth PD, and we're losing to Mansfield PD, and we're losing to Grand Prairie PD. And I'll just give you what is going on in those agencies. Well, Mansfield is starting pay is $60,000. Fort Worth starting pay is $59,500. And Grand Prairie after the academy, which is where we'd start out, is $65,400. And if you average those things out, that's about at that 53E mark. And that's where we were trying to go, is trying to be competitive with them, because that's where we're losing people. For instance, we came here in 2017 and asked for a tactical medic, which which has been incredible. And we put him on, and we put a lot of training into him. He came with a lot of training and experience. And since then, we decorated him 3 different times with life-saving medals. Life-saving medals, 3 different times. He's currently in the Fort Worth Police Academy because he left and he was going for bigger stuff. And so we're not competing with our municipal partners inside. Even our smaller, I had a smaller town chief tell me, he says, you keep training them and we'll take them, because they're paying better than we are. And they're giving these officers opportunities. So what I'm asking for today is just that, is to consider that. And I know it's a large increase, or it appears to be a large increase, but I think with our economy the way it is and those kind of things, that our priorities should be focused on public safety and what's going on there, to still consider that economic growth where people do feel safe. And we want to retain people. And we have moved up our standards in hiring. For instance, we have got a best practices physical fitness test. And what has happened is that ruled out a lot of people that were coming in. Eventually, it will slow down our workers' comp. Not initially, but I think in the long run, because of our PT entry exam, it's going to slow down our workers' comp in the future. So we're employing tools that we can. We are doing more with less. But I say to you, and I'm very proud of these people and all the county people, is if we are truly doing that, then maybe we need to make sure that we're competitive in the real markets that we're facing, which ours are going to be, again, Fort Worth and Grand Prairie and Mansfield, and even some of the smaller agencies around. And even Dallas, who's short almost 1,000 cops, but they have an environment problem that nobody wants to go there. And but they pay $60,000 starting out, and they're putting signing bonuses on so they can get cops. I don't think anybody I know wants to go to Dallas. You know, there may be some people over there. God bless Dallas. Need to pray for them. But with that said, compare what's happening in Tarrant County and compare what's happening in Dallas County, just in the crime rate, just in the murder rate. So I think not only is Tarrant County doing a great job, I think that our municipal partners are, but one of the reasons is they're able to attract the candidates. We have the lowest turnover rate. I think our environment is doing well, but we've got to keep and retain these people. And the only way I know how is to make sure that they're paid a fair wage.
Sheriff, have you got this chart?
I may have that chart. I have lots of things here. Yes, sir?
The 2020 law enforcement structure adjustment proposals.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at it. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what you're advocating for at rock bottom is the second column from the right.
That is correct. I believe that'd be correct. A 4% raise with a grade of 53s going to 53Es.
Wait a minute. I'm not sure I got the sure. Oh, the second column's got numbers in it.
Yeah. Second column from the right.
So that's the 4% at the 4.369 at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
3.668034.
No, I'm actually advocating for the 4%.
The 4%.
That's got a 4% for 53, for grade 53.
Yeah, but he's wanting it for everybody.
Oh,
I think he's wanting it. I think he's looking at the 4.369491.
Ah. Your other right.
Excuse me. I was on the wrong one.
So, Ange, will you re-explain what that, with this column right here, what the sheriff is requesting, will you re-explain what that would do?
Which column are you referring to?
The one that reads law enforcement recommendation A-4% for all structures.
Okay.
So that would increase the recommendation from Corn Ferry, which is 3% across the board, to 4% across the board. So for all law enforcement structures, the change would be from 3% to 4%. That's what that column shows. The one next to it shows the additional cost of the Step E higher-in rate for the peace officer positions.
So that's going to, the 4% would add about 1.1 million, very roughly,
Mm-hmm.
1.1 million to the 12 million that you have on that first page with box numbers.
Correct.
And that would mean that we would be looking at around a 13,172,650, and again, that's rough. It's not quite 1.1 million. Now, I know you referred to several of the cities. How were our people comparing with the jails or with the other counties like Dallas or?
Cornfell has us number 3 in most categories and number 4 as far as jail, as far as the other counties are concerned, and competing with some of the municipalities that have jailers also. But they had us at 3 and 4 on the jailer list.
Have we heard anything, Helen, have you heard anything, or have we had any discussions with any? I thought I had heard that Dallas might have been looking at a 5% increase, but that would, right now, if we were at a 3, we're really looking at a 6 because you got step as well as structure. At 4, you're looking at a 7 because it's 4 plus the 3 step. But
I
have
have
you
not heard anything from Dallas, unless Ann has.
I have not.
And we're only comparing to Dallas?
I'm sorry?
I said we're only comparing to Dallas?
No, that was just, Denton, I had also heard that Denton was maybe looking at a 4%, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that was just law enforcement, and or whether it was everybody from that perspective.
Okay.
And when you say we've got the lowest turnover rate, the lowest turnover rate amongst who?
Jailers throughout the state, throughout the major counties. If you go look at Bexar County, Harris, and Dallas and us.
So that kind of counters the we're losing folks if we've got the lowest turnover rate.
Well, I'm putting that in perspective of the jailers. Our peace officers, we're having trouble finding peace officers that will come for the money that we're paying. Because quite frankly, if you're a peace officer today, if you're that young 22, 23-year-old male or female, and you're a promising candidate, and you're a good candidate, the agencies that I listed off all have openings. And I mean, why would you not go there? And that's the reason that we're targeting peace officers.
That kind of argues in favor of law enforcement recommendation B, 4% for grade 53 only.
Yes, sir. That would raise your entry pay up still several $1,000s lower than than our counterparts, who are also, by the way, those figures I gave you are going up on October 2 in all those agencies. So we'll be further behind next year than we are this year.
Russell just confirmed that Dallas is receiving a 4% on their law enforcement in addition to their step.
In addition to, what was the
Their
second part?
step increase.
Okay.
He's finding out what the step increase is.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we do have a lot of people that have maxed out on the steps, so all they will get is whatever percentage that we give them. But it's about Judge, and you were up there looking, but it's about a $2.4 million, if you did the 4% and the 50, it's about a $2.4 million above what is recommended by the budget office, about 2.4 originally.
2 point? How does that differ from the 1?
About 2.4.
He's taking the step 53 step E of the 1.3 million and the difference between the structure at 4% versus the structure at 3%.
Right.
So it's both. What you're saying is you need both of those.
Correct. He's asking for both.
Too rich for my blood.
So I think we also need to look at something else. We haven't finished all of our budget hearings, and we presented you all with recommendations that resulted in a balanced budget. And any additional monies that the court puts into either salaries or, as we get further along in today's meeting, into new positions, we're going to have to go back and find where we can do that, because our goal and what we've said was that our tax rate is not going to exceed our current tax rate. So if we increase expenditures here, budget more here, then we're going to have to find additional cuts in programs that we either currently fund or that we're proposing to fund. So if this is an issue where we're asking, or the Sheriff's Department is asking for more funds, then I think there's two options. The court can either say, or three options. The court can either say, yes, you can have this, or they can say, no, that you can't have this, or they can say, the court can say, you need to go back into your budget and prioritize those programs that we're currently funding and see if there can be either cost savings or eliminations of some of those programs in order to fund the salary issues.
And I hear what you're saying from that standpoint. As I recall, when last we left with the recommendations and the changes that we had made, our M&O expenditures were up we were estimating that they were going to be up 9%.
Pretty close.
Pretty close. Any of this other stuff.
In that spreadsheet that we were working with during the budget hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And we can go back over that as we get into that from that standpoint.
I'd like to do that.
So you're saying you'd like to, we now know what your request is.
Yes, sir.
And so as we move into that this afternoon, at that point in time, I think you have some other requests that you want to make also.
Yes, sir.
And then kind of look at that all together from that perspective.
Yeah, I'd like to look at it in context.
Is that okay with everybody else? Or?
Yeah. Good.
Okay, let's do it that way. We'll come back to that second. What are we doing?
We have that in briefing today. It's 20 minutes after 11. We can continue to. Just depends on how you want to handle court. You can either go through the hospital district's budget and we can break for lunch and then come back to deal with additional budget issues, or we can just work all the way through. I think that the hospital district's presentation is 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. So we should be in, if that's the truth, we should be into briefing and through with hospital before 12 o'clock.
Okay. Well, let me ask the question, I guess, so we'll hold on this.
Okay.
What's on that page, you have Public Health Fund and Resource Connection Fund. What are those numbers? Are those something separate and apart from this discussion?
It's the same recommendations from Korn Ferry, just applied to those funds. They're not part of the general fund. They're separate funds. Resource Connection and Public Health Fund numbers.
So these were part of their recommendations which you currently have in your budget?
That's correct.
So then, unless anybody's here asking for those to be different, Public Health or Resource Connection, we could go ahead and adopt these two portions and have that out of the way.
You could, in theory, adopt everything but law enforcement structures.
And there are,
well, is that the same as saying we're going to adopt Public Health and Resource Connection?
Yes.
Well, it would be general fund non-law enforcement employees.
Okay, I see what you're saying from that standpoint. So at this point, is the court of a mind to approve Korn Ferry's recommendations with regards to everything but the law enforcement recommendations?
Can we also add the grade 70 reduction from 3.5 to 2.3?
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Please, thank you.
I think we'll find out in a minute if we get a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve all of Korn Ferry's recommendations with the exception of the amount that deals with law enforcement. and to approve your recommendation with regards to grade 70.
Grade 70.
Correct.
That's correct.
Is there any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ange.
Vinny, I think.
Yes, sir. I'll make it quick. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Vinny.
Public Health has a request for approval to respond to a call for proposal from the Center for Sharing of Public Health Services and the Public Health National Center for Innovations for a cross-sector innovation initiative grant opportunity. In simple terms, it's about $150,000 in funding that we're requesting for social determinants of health, housing, transportation, education, all those type of things.
Move approval.
Second. We have motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny.
Jack.
Unlike Tina Glenn, our three items are simple today only. Our first item is a bid award recommendation for RFP 2019-167, annual contract for a new annual contract for jail security, electronics and software systems integration, maintenance, and repair. Recommendation be toward per the terms of the contract, awarding to the primary and secondary vendors as shown in your court communique.
Move for approval.
Second. We have motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Item number 2, also a bid award recommendation for bid 2019-199, bid for the Plaza Building generator exhaust silencer and heat shield replacement project. Recommendation be toward the low bidder, Decker Mechanical, amount of $28,774. If approved, seeking contract approval, acceptance of the payment bond.
Move approval.
Second.
We have motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Last item, also a bid order recommendation for bid 2019-211. This annual contract for aggregate road surface treatment for use by all precincts. Recommendation be to award on a per enterprise basis, awarding to the 4 primary vendors as shown in the court communique.
Move approval.
Second. We have motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Are there any appointments?
Yeah, I have one.
I have 6.
Busy.
I would like to appoint Alice Moore to TIF Board Appointments. Hazel, number 1, Fort Worth, number 4, Southside, Fort Worth, number 6, Riverfront, Fort Worth, number 15, Northside Stockyards, Haltom City, number 1, Sansom Park, number 1.
Second.
We have motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
I'd like to appoint Rebecca Barksdale to the City of Euless Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 4.
Second.
A motion second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have motion second to approve the claims, including the addendum. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Just go to anybody?
No, hold on to it. I guess it is.
Well,
Is that the appointment?
the official city request to do that. Okay. What that means?
I don't think so. Briefing items, Mr. Maines?
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the court, 2 items for briefing. The first one is the presentation by the hospital district on their FY 2020 proposed budget. Ms. Clark is here to address the court at this time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, my name's Sharon Clark. I'm the CFO of JPS Health Network, and I wanted to thank you for your time this morning. Prior to the meeting, you have received the entire presentation that we spent almost 4 hours with our Board of Managers. And I wanted to point out that Steve Montgomery, my Finance Committee Chairman, is in attendance today as well. This not only was all 11 of your appointed Board of Manager representatives in attendance, but we did get a unanimous approval for the budget as it is presented to you today. And if you have any questions, please stop me. I'm going to try to keep on a 15-minute track, but I'll be happy to stay here as long as you have questions.
Just one question. In prior years, the Board of Managers has held a budget retreat at which they spent an expansive amount of time discussing the proposed budget. That didn't happen this year. How come?
So our processes have changed slightly over the last 4 years since I've been here. I believe my first year we did have a Saturday where we came in and spent more time on a similar presentation. But over the last 3 years, I have taken a little bit of time, probably in the June and July Finance Committee, to start to go over some of that planning. A lot of what makes up our budget is not simply financial, but it goes through our quality board throughout the year. It goes through HR, the HR committee throughout the year. So we have had a change of scheduling. We no longer meet on that Saturday. We dedicate a board meeting to this presentation. But I do think that we cover much of what we had covered in the first year I was here on that Saturday. So we talk about it for about 90 days before we get to that final board presentation.
So you feel satisfied that the board had the ability to fully participate in the understanding of and approval of this budget?
I can't speak for the board, but I do think we have different opinions that we could do differently for the 2021 budget. And there is some strategy discussions that I think are kind of interchanged sometimes with the approval of this budget. So we have been talking about board retreats in the future, as well as strategy type discussions within our board. So I don't think I really answered your question, because in my opinion, it's not simply the 4 hours that we talked about it on August 8th, but it's a continued discussion throughout the year at those committee meetings that build up to this budget.
My question was about your opinion.
Based on what we have heard, I do think that the board is looking for more strategic discussion and a bigger off-site retreat. And that did not occur this year.
There was conversation also in the board meeting earlier this month about you all formulating a strategic plan as well, right? So that's to come.
It is, and I think that is more of a dedicated, where we're not really taking business on during that meeting, and most likely a day-long off-site with a facilitator. Yes.
I don't think a day-long retreat is going to produce a strategic plan of what should probably be a 5-year document. You can't do that in a one-day retreat. And when the hospital has done it effectively in previous years, it's been a community-wide process. And I'd like to see you go back to that.
So noted. And the day-long retreat would definitely not be a final production of any document. It would be a good dedicated kickoff to maybe what that end product may look like. But in no way would you be able to produce a final document in that meeting. You are correct. Okay. Okay, I'm not clicking right. Up and down?
So, this is the one you use.
Okay.
Next slide.
Okay, thank you. So some of our highlights this year, obviously Robert Early, our CEO, was here to talk with you last week, and it's about the growth, expansion. We talked about some potential items that might be in that very first phase during our capital growth. We also have different expectations on implementation of ideas that will help manage the population that we call our JPS Connection participants, which is really the county indigent program. We're going to have some reduced ED wait times and metrics that we're going to be following. We do have about 26 extra bed capacity or treatment areas within our emergency department that we've expanded over the last few months and will be open in 2020. Always continuing a focus on safety and revenue cycle opportunities for those patients who have payment sources, trying to get every dollar that we can from that. The biggest risk in this budget is always going to be our supplemental funding and the complex formula funding that comes down through the state of Texas for our below-cost Medicaid and uninsured population. If you recall, over the last 2 to 3 years, we have been notified very late in our budget process, and there is a reduction of somewhere between $5 and $10 million each year, mainly due to the changes in the way that the formula, the set pool, is distributed, and new entrants into that pool reduces what the current participants receive. And we'll talk a little bit about some contingency planning that we've done within our budget in case that does happen again. I have not projected any significant decrease in either our disproportionate share funds, our uncompensated care, or the district project. And as we look through our income statement, just as a reminder, we have 3 companies that go into our combined results. We have the Medical Center, or the JPS Health Network. We have our physician group, Acclaim, and we also have the foundation that does a lot of our grant activity as well as fundraising. So as we set our goal this year for what is our operating margin going to be, the goal is to take both the medical center and the physician group combined at least at a break-even operating margin. And our additional goal this year was to give some assurance to both the court as well as our board and the community that we would be able to afford the principal and interest payment on the first tranche of debt when it was issued. So the goal was a $12 million operating margin.
It's a couple of things. One, please bring me a balance sheet when you bring me financials.
Bring you a what?
Balance sheet.
Yes, sir. I can get you that.
The other thing is that you're along the lines of the debt. That is because your actual debt service is going down this year, and it looks like, from a standpoint, I think you're going to end up telling us it's about $30 million, between 29 and 30 million that you're hoping to get. The money that you're planning on having as net this year, is that going to go against your future fund, or is that going to go into your future fund?
If you can just hold that thought for a moment, because we are going to be talking about, we are proposing to add $10 million to that future fund from fiscal year 19.
Where's the other 12 going? Or where's the other?
And then for 2020, we're going to add another, at least another $10 million from our capital.
Where's the other amounts of that going?
It would go into our operating cash, which just provides some additional capacity to pay for upcoming projects. Whether or not it's
projects being upcoming more capital.
Correct.
So why don't you go ahead and just put it in that tomorrow fund, and then we don't have to. That's because that's what you're calling for, is more projects.
And the 10 million would be a minimum for next year. We would be able to consider doing that, but I'll tell you from my standpoint, it would be to our advantage to pay in cash rather than borrow. So my idea of the JPS Future Fund, that is not the only payment that we would be using to pay down some of those construction costs. We would look at our operating cash at that time. So that's from my standpoint.
That you're not accumulating in these years when we don't have bond, and we haven't issued bonds. You don't have. It doesn't appear that you're putting away adequate capital, or that you're making adequate capital to be able to make the principal and interest payments on these bonds that we may be talking about issuing.
So I hope to answer that specific question by the end of this presentation, because I think we've made great strides for 2020 just to do that.
Okay.
Again, if you look at the health network at 38.8 million and combine that with the 26 million that's invested within a claim, that would leave 12.8 million on the operating margin. So if we were to issue, which we have not budgeted to do that yet, but when we do issue, that 12 million is available for that principal and interest payment. There's also about $20 million worth of an operational expense that has been set aside within this budget for all of those upcoming initiatives that we have. You talked last week about bringing in a consultant to help us with that longer term plan. Any bond issue costs would have to be expensed. We have a potential for 2 new clinics within the community. So all of those are so conceptual at the moment that they're not budgeted within a department. But we have set aside about $20 million that we can access during this next fiscal year that will help absorb some of those startup costs as well as fund the projects ongoing.
Let me ask you, at what point do you see a claim reaching a break-even stage?
So I'm going to flip forward to some slides. There is an income statement for a claim that will be easier to talk through. So a claim, this is just for the physician group. So for the budget, if you drop down to the bottom of the page, I think one of the more important numbers here is the fact that we have 475 providers that are projected to be employed. That is a loss of about 55,000 per provider. That is, when you look at MGMA, which is a national collector of data across the country for a physician or a hospital-owned physician group, we are in the top quartile of performance. The median loss is about 135,000 per provider. The 75th percentile is at 57,000 loss per provider. Our goal is to continue to reduce that loss per provider and stay in that top quartile. But from that data alone, you can probably conclude that a claim will not be break even. It's not designed to break even as a hospital-owned physician group for several different reasons. The biggest is the fact that a private practice would most likely manage their payer mix much stronger. So we have a more unfavorable payer mix with our self-pay population. There's also some socioeconomic issues that we deal with in our population, and just the salary structure of all the support staff and the costs of that integrated EMR are much higher in an organization such as this. But the benefits to how we operate, the shared and common goal, that shared medical record is crucial to what we do as a health network.
So the goal is to stay in the top quartile.
I would love to see us do that and continue to reduce that $54,000 loss per provider.
To what?
Well, the market moves every year. So every year I bring to you the median within the market. Now, this is a 12-month lag on MGMA data, but we do watch that year to year.
That's helpful.
Okay. You have a question?
So the more revenue, the more loss.
Yeah, we're not going to make it up on volume.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
You don't hear. That is correct. That is correct.
Sharon, can you
I
remind
don't
me?
like
You did
that
go to
system.
A&M for volume.
I'm not, that system doesn't work in my head very well.
But I mean, and I hear what you're saying, and I would love to see us continue to lessen that. But the alternative to that occurring would be for us going out and doing a tremendous amount of, or putting a tremendous effort into, don't go back there too far because your 15 minutes are almost already up.
Okay. I was just going to talk to you about the future fund and a few balance sheet items.
That we don't have, a balance sheet. The goal, I mean, in order for that to actually get to where it's break even, that means we're gonna have to go out and really look to attract insurance or insurance type patients, which we're gonna do, you know, we're not turning them away, most assuredly. But we're not also out there doing a whole lot of heavy lifting to try to market those patients away from some of our other.
And I do recognize that in the past, that might have been the program, and there were other overriding issues that occurred that made that not so advantageous, because we left, some people got left behind.
Right. It's helpful to understand that this was never designed to be a break-even situation. That because of who we are and how we operate, we're always going to be feeding this thing.
But there are things that we've got proposed that may help it a little bit from a perspective of, you know, level one, us being the only level one trauma.
Right.
I mean, what that says is that if you're in a serious trauma event, you want to go to JPS, and you know, and hopefully a lot of them are going to have insurance.
Right.
And we'll be able to collect on that, as well as the Medicaid, Medicare, some of those types. I mean, it is a great facility. Our clinics that we're opening up are clinics that can be, you know, that could be just as attractive, I think, to an insured patient as they are to an uninsured patient.
Sharon, the physician who presented on a claim at the board meeting, can you remind me of his name?
Dr. Michael Hochberg.
Okay. In his explanation about why we see the results that we see with how we're set up with the claim, he had also mentioned federal regulations that we had to abide by related to, I guess, what physicians are paid, perhaps, if I wrote my notes down correctly. He mentioned Stark rolls. I don't know if I heard that correctly. Was it Stark rolls?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So we do go through from an employment status of our physicians, and the contracted physicians do have to be assessed at fair market value. So Judge Whitley, the one thing I did prepare specifically for today is just a high-level coverage of the cash that we do have currently on hand. Our future fund is our board-designated fund, and it is now at about $141 million. We do have a small amount of restricted cash, and the largest bulk of our cash is in an unrestricted or operational fund at about $525 million. That puts us at, the $525 million puts us at about 204 days cash on hand as of last month.
And what is the industry standard?
There's not a clear-cut standard. About a year ago, I prepared a comparison of the 5 large public hospitals in Texas, and 2 of us are operating at about the same cash level. There are 2 that are at a minimum amount of cash, and based on my conversations, they do have to access lines of credit periodically for their cash flow. And then there's one that's kind of in the center of that.
I guess my only comment is that seems like a fairly high percentage. You're 6.5 to 7 months worth of cash on hand.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any discussion going on of moving any of those dollars into that future fund?
So just to remind you,
periodically,
yes, and that's
to
what
build
we
that fund up?
we have been building that fund up each year with a board movement from our unrestricted, the 525, to the restricted fund. So that has been occurring. We always have that conversation with the court about how much more can you move into that future fund. We have committed to be at about $300 million over the 10 years worth of projects. So we will continue to build that fund up and spend from operations as well. Again, it's not just the $141 million that's available for those construction projects. We can also pull that from the operation money as well.
I guess in another time in my life, I was involved with hospital boards, one of the largest in the state, and it seemed that 150 days cash was kind of the norm. 5 months, maybe a whole lot of hospitals were at, basically 4 months, but 150 was a good number. Over 200.
Yeah, I can update my presentation for you again, but to be a AA rated credit, 200 is at kind of the minimum for a AA rating.
What is MGMA? You've used them before. What do they say is where do most of the hospitals that are in that area?
So MGMA is really focused only on the physician group. It collects data on just those employed physician groups. It doesn't really collect the data on the hospital itself.
You got at 150 days, you would have another $100 million to drop into the 140. If you went with 120 days, you would have about $200 million.
Right, but also remember that this is just as of July. So our days cash on hand will continue to drop until the January, February time frame where we start to receive some of the ad valorem taxes.
So we're very familiar with that.
Yes.
You're saying your bond rating people are telling you that 200 days is required for a AA?
That is not at all what I said.
Okay.
What I said
Tell
is
me what you said.
when you look at AA rated facilities and you look at their average days cash on hand, that's only one indicator of many, but most AA facilities will have 200 plus days of operating cash on hand. It's not required, and it's a very...
That's where you're at right now?
Excuse me?
AA is where you're at right now?
Yes, AA minus.
Well, I'll still make the argument that I think we've got at least 100 to 150 million sitting over in cash, and that 525 that was up there.
Yes.
It could be utilized toward our eventually need of 400 million.
That is the goal, is to continue to build up all available cash to help support the
I'd just like to
operational
see more of it
component.
put over in the future fund.
So during the fiscal year, even though you have 141 million in future fund, and you have unrestricted cash at 525. At any time during that year, there's no prohibition about moving additional monies into the future fund from the 525, is there?
There's no prohibition, but it does require the board approval to move it into a board restricted fund. That is how we've operationalized that fund itself. There's nothing magical about doing that during my budget process, but that's been the point in time where we've been able to evaluate it and move that money.
So I have one, may I ask one more question?
Sure.
So on your first sheet where you showed, and you don't need to go, you can go back to it if you want to, but you talked about the monies that you have and that you're budgeted by line item, by category. One of the things that the court has requested and that we're going to schedule it in September is this joint meeting between the court and the Board of Managers. And the court was very clear about the fact that they did not want to have any expenditures that, until that meeting occurred, that would be directed specifically to either the bond program, not necessarily the finances of the bond program, but those functions that are in the bond program itself. Is there anything in here that you're presenting us that you have already allocated for those expenditures?
So we have not budgeted for any of those unknown projects at this point in time.
So when we talk about unknown projects, we talked with the court about the fact that there's a proposal for 2 clinics, and that there may be an ambulatory care issue, and also a part of the mental health process. Those have not been approved by the Commissioner's Court yet. So are you saying that you don't have any expenditures directed to those particular projects or projects outside of those 4?
We have a few expenditures that are related to some of the projects. The ambulatory outpatient center that we've been talking about for over a year. We're just trying to figure out space planning and where things fit and how things are going to be moved around. As far as the building itself, that has not yet been planned. And we do not have anything specific to the items that Mr. Early talked to you about last week, with the exception of the $20 million that is in there for operational expenses that will be doled out throughout the year as we come to agreement with the court and our board on how those expenses should be allocated out.
But those would not be automatically doled out until the court and the board decide jointly how they're going to move forward.
For those that are related to the capital process, correct.
Because I think the court was very clear the last time that they didn't want to see any movement or any expenditures on bond-related activities until that joint meeting, and the roles became definitive as to the role of the Commissioner's Court versus the role of the board. And so you're telling me that we're still at that point?
Correct. Okay. I believe we are. Mm-hmm.
And I guess one thing, originally we had put into, or some of the discussions around the bonds were the cancer center. Mm-hmm. And I know we have subsequently, basically taken the position of Moncrief Cancer Center over on 8th Street. So we have spent money over there. Is that ultimately going to be a part of that bond spend? Or the bond, the whole project that totals $1.2 billion, even though only 800 of it's going to be borrowed, or up to 800 is going to be borrowed? So that cancer center, that's pretty well been taken care of, right?
It has, and that was paid out of operational cash. It was not pulled out of the future fund. To answer your questions about, why do you not put all available cash into that future fund? Well, we spend money out of that So that the cancer center expense would come out of that conceptual $1.2 billion worth of projects.
That's what I want to keep track of. Because if we don't put it somewhere and then at least account for it coming out of there, then okay, how much did we spend on the cancer? We originally said something about 25 million. I think we ended up spending something less than 20, but I don't know that.
It was much less.
And I just want to make sure that we're keeping track and that we're accounting to the public for what we've done toward what we told them we were going to do. And so somewhere in the overall accounting, whether we do it out of spending money out of the future funds or out of the bonds that we borrow, there's got to be here's what we're saying we spent toward this thing we call the project.
And Judge Twilley, I'm able to track that. But to your point, yes, in my mind, that has already kind of come out as one of the projects that got rolled out of that initial study, but we did not access any future fund monies for it.
And I guess what I'd like to see is on your website and on our website that we keep a running tally of here's what we had in the package, here's what we're doing, here's what we've done, so that everybody can kind of stay up with that.
We'll start to develop that.
So I have a question related to the Oncology and Infusion Center, and this was in your highlights, like in the bigger presentation, the 340B retail program. What is that?
So that is a retail program where we can partner with outside pharmacies within Tarrant County. JPS only has 3 to 4 locations within our outpatient pharmacy, which automatically receives the 340B pricing. And 340B is simply a way for us to access a lower cost of drugs because of the patient population that we serve. We have been able, and it's a very common program throughout the state, where we can partner with other retail pharmacies that have prescriptions from our providers for our patients, where we can access the lower cost of drugs for them.
And so what does that mean in the context with and maybe I'm reading this sentence wrong, it says full year activity for the Oncology and Infusion Center and the 340B retail.
So those are two separate thoughts. Okay. Yeah, our oncology center is one that got opened in May, and then we really just started to ramp up some of the 340B in March.
Okay. So I was trying to make sure I understood if they were together, then how we're saying that how are we working them together?
They both had full year effects is the relation, yeah.
And we also have the ability to extend our access to the 340B drug program to other healthcare institutions throughout the community, other hospitals, other nonprofit healthcare providers?
I would have to get back with you. I'm not an expert on 340B, but based on my understanding is that it is for specifically our patients. So as much as our patients might be at another outpatient pharmacy, it doesn't apply to inpatient drugs. It's just the outpatient pharmacy drugs. And I know based on the contracting under this newer program that it does have to be prescribed by our physician and to our patient. So I think it may be more restrictive, and I think the 340B license is specific to each medical center. You have to go through an application process for that.
Moving right along. Are you
So,
pretty well?
if unless you have any other questions that I can answer, the proposed income statement is in front of you for the 2020 budget year. It puts us at about a 1% operating margin and at about a 2.4% bottom line.
And I don't know if we were looking at eventual debt, how much that would serve us.
So if you look at the operating margin line, the $38.8 million, minus the 26 million puts us at about 12.8 operating margin. And our anticipated 200 million of debt would cost us right at 12 million. So it would get us back closer to a break even.
Okay. So we're a long way from getting to 800.
We are.
And that's the reason why I think one of the sentiments you heard here last week was we need somebody who we feel like can help us navigate through operationally and prioritizing the things that we've got on the horizon that will allow us to be able to add stuff and pay for it without
absolutely. And I might also remind the court that it's not just about the 12 million of expense. There's also operational costs as we bring these projects online that we are going to have to bring on and normalize. That's part of the reason that I'm so excited that we have that $20 million of operating expense that has been earmarked for some of those future projects that has not been designated yet, just for the cost of the clinics, the new cost for the outpatient center or any psychiatric needs that we might be addressing. It's not just about the interest and principal payment. There's a larger cost of bringing those online, and that's what we have to plan for.
So as far as next steps, we approve this
September 10th.
when we approve the tax rate and the budget and everything all at the same time.
Yes, that's the date.
So if we were gonna, and we don't have to have a public hearing, or is this, we had a public hearing this morning.
We had a public hearing on the tax rate for both entities. We'll have another public hearing on September 3rd.
Okay.
And then we will have we'll do a lot of hearings and everything on September 10th. I think we're going to be probably doing 3 or 4 different public hearings on that date before we set the tax rate in the budget.
Okay. Any other questions at this time? Thank you.
Your bond rating, that's a good rating.
We do have a strong bond rating, and I can bring more information to you on that. We also benefit from being attached to Tarrant County.
Yeah. Boy, it helps.
Your peers are in the same area.
Yes.
In this area.
It is a strong bond rating.
DHR and Bailey.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what is the plan?
Well,
lunch.
We're bringing food in. I ordered food about 45 minutes ago. So I don't know if it's here yet. So we're going to have lunch here at 12:30. So what we could do one of several things. We could start the budget process now, and the food will be here by about 12:30. We can go into closed session because we have about 20 minutes worth of closed session, and then have lunch right after that, and then come back and do budget.
Let's do that.
Works for me.
So we're going to recess our open meeting procedure, close to discuss items exempt under section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code.
Commissioner,
Mr. Fickus has to leave at 3:30.
It's going to be all afternoon, or?
I hope not.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Pickett.
Let's consider him already gone and move on.
Having returned from closed session, there being no business to conduct at this time, we'll move on to budget. Thought I was going to adjourn this sucker.
Your Honor, if I could just make one statement that's not related to the budget, but so we get it on the record. We announced earlier in court that we were supposed to have an IT steering committee today at 2 o'clock. That meeting has been canceled and it will be rescheduled. Okay. As we move into the budget process, before Helen starts, there's two things that we're asking you to make a definitive decision on today. One is going to be the how we treat judges whenever the new judges that come on after this year, after we start the budget year. And second of all, I believe there's a discussion on the DA's salary also. The reason that we say that is because we have to publish, have it published prior to 10 days from when we set the budget and the tax rate, and that's September 10th. So we need to have this published in by the end of this month. So.
Are we meeting next? We're meeting next week.
We are. We're getting real close, though. That would be the 27th, and it has to be in the paper by the 31st. So we're going to go into the budget aspect. I think that what we're going to do, let's go ahead and start with judicial salaries first and see if we can get that taken care of.
Well, you put it back.
I thought he might be looking for it.
Thank you, Russell.
He may be. Thank you.
Don't take too long to do this. Here you go.
Okay, two items, as Mr. Manny's lined out. The CDA compensation. We received word from the Comptroller's office that they are going to discontinue the state retirement supplement payment. So this was the $3,659.96 payment that the Comptroller's office would send the county, and then once we received it, we would then put it in the CDA's compensation. So it was a pass-through. So on page 2, a series of spreadsheets on the document that I handed out. So we have reflected that the addition into the county supplement of the $3,659.96 on all options, based on our previous discussion from the court. And so the question is there a desire to change the way in which the year-over-year increase for the district attorney's salary is handled year over year? And so that's what we're looking to.
Again, you've got yellow, green, and red.
Yes.
The 205 is what she is currently making, of which 61,908 is. I'm looking at the yellow box, by the way.
Yes. Is the county portion.
61,908 is what the county's portion was this past year.
Correct.
And then.
What about the 30-something? How much is it?
So $3,659. And so for this year, for FY 2019, which we're currently in, total compensation is $205,568. $140,000 is paid by the state, and $61,908.34 is paid by the county. So since the state is discontinuing that payment starting next month, the retirement, which is $36.59 a year, we've added that into the FY 2020 compensation. So if you look, the increase, and this is on the yellow box, the increase is 5627.01, and that's included the $36.59.96, that state supplement repayment, plus a 3% increase on the county portion.
Okay. So the yellow box takes 3% on the county portion?
Yes.
Up until such time as the sheriff and county judge catch up with her, and then from that point forward, yes, she gets
they would increase
the same
together
amount as what the county judge and sheriff get.
Yes.
The green one takes 3% on state and county.
Correct, on the total.
And so that results, right now we're currently doing it just on the county portion.
Correct, which is which is reflected on the bottom, alternative 3, the red.
And so if we continue to do it based upon the red box, in 2025,
is that why that's bolded?
Yes.
Okay, that's
yes, ma'am.
The catch up here. Okay.
Well, how come it's not caught up down there below? Because it would seem to me like.
Well, I didn't do the catch up on alternative 2.
Oh, okay.
Whenever it would hit. Alternative 2 is just a straight 3%.
Right now, then in 2025, the sheriff and the judge would begin making more than she's making.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And then under alternative, the green alternative, because it's on the total amount, there would never be a catch-up from that standpoint.
Correct.
Okay.
So in order to make her whole with the state supplement, we need to roll that into the county portion. At some point
yes, sir.
in the future, if we're going with the makeup, if we're going to get it to where we're eventually on the same line with her being on the same line with the judge and the sheriff.
Okay.
But Commissioner Brooks, to your question of the state retirement supplement that was not appropriated in this budget, in this legislative session, we factored that into all three.
Okay.
So all three options include that hold harmless from that perspective.
So the alternative 1, which is the yellow box, the $5,627.01 includes the state retirement subsidy and 3% on the county's portion
yes, sir.
Of the salary.
Yes, sir.
I move we adopt that.
Second.
Could you repeat that? He is moving that we adopt the yellow.
Which includes the state supplement that they're eliminating. We're picking that up.
3,600 and something.
3,600 and whatever it is. And then a 3% increase on the county's portion of the salary.
Which will raise hers to 207,535.
There you go. That's my motion.
Has the district attorney been getting 3% on her entire salary in the past?
Or only
on the county?
Only on the county.
Only on the county. Which would be the red box at the bottom. If
yes.
it continued on. And so as opposed to her catching up with her, and then her moving along with us, which is what the yellow box does, she would then lag behind the sheriff and the county judge. Any other questions, any other discussion?
I'm trying to see what the difference is in 3 and 1.
The difference in 3 and 1 is that in 3, she eventually begins making less money beginning in 2025, 2026, because she's only getting 3% on her county portion. So that year she's making $218 when the judge and the sheriff are making $222. And it just widens from that point forward because the judge and the sheriff get their, well, both of them are $10,000 more than what the commissioners are making. So y'all get your increase, and then we just add 10 to it to get to the sheriff and the judge's salary. Any other discussion or questions? Motion passes unanimously.
All right. The second item that we need a decision on today. Whenever we met a few weeks ago to go through the judicial salaries presentation, court made a series, the Commissioners Court went ahead and made a series of, approved a series of salary structures. One was regarding the district judge, a county supplement of $18,000. Y'all approved to continue to do that. Y'all also approved the county court judges and probate court judges' salaries for the current existing judges at $193,400, which is the maximum allowed. And we left pending what to do with the new county court and probate court judges who began to serve or either appointed or elected after October 1 of 2019. We've given you 3 options on this sheet. First option is a tenure structure. This is a tenure structure that is in line with the district judge tenure structure. The difference is that they would start at $158 and increase to $193,400 because they have to be $1,000 less. The maximum for a county court or county probate court judge is $1,000 less than the district judge. Option 2 is they start at $158 and then receive a 3% increase in salary year over year. And then the third option is that once they are appointed or are elected, they receive the same salary as the existing judges. So those are the 3 options that we've lined out for you, and happy to take any questions.
Discussion or questions?
I guess this is the one that the legislature is going to be watching what we do on.
Yes. I think they made the decision that they felt like that we were paying the county judges too much if we were not paying them the same or a little less. And so in addition to giving raises to the district judges, they've given raises to the district judges a couple of times before, but they haven't limited our ability to take the county judges above the district judges. They limited our ability to take the district judges above the appellate court judges a couple of raises ago. So this time they came in and said, okay, y'all didn't get the message. We're going to make it a little bit clearer for you. And we're going to limit your ability to take county judges above district judges. And so that's where they've got it now, and that's the $193,400, which is $1,000 less than a district judge with 12 plus years of experience.
Yes.
And I think that, what we've said is we're going to take our county judges that are here now up to the maximum. $193,400, but beginning with the new judges effective either September 1st or October 1st.
October 1, 2019.
October 1, that we will put them in the same tier as are the district judges. And we'll pay them, we will be able to pay them the same amount all the way up until the district judges hit 12, and then at that point, county judges will be maxed out at 193.4.
Is that option one?
That is option one. The difference between option one and option two is just adding 3% to the 158 every year, but once again, that's going to be paying them more than the district judges, which I think will cause the legislature to potentially act again in that scenario, to limit our ability to pay county judges more. I don't think the public realizes any difference between a district judge and a county judge. I think the legislature and some of the folks there, and maybe rightly so, won't get into it one way or another, believe that the district judge, because they have a higher, they have the higher amount of jurisdiction in a civil matter, and in a criminal matter, they're dealing with more serious felonies, capital murder. They can basically deal, I think they can deal with misdemeanors too, but a county judge cannot deal with cases above a certain level.
Correct.
Move approval of option one.
I will second the motion.
Now that does not change what we did previously on the existing judges.
Does not change one iota of what we do on the existing ones. We have a motion, a second. Any other discussion?
Oop.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Helen.
So you should have 4 sheets that I've passed out, 2 legal sheets, and then 2 letter size.
You know about this package?
Show us what you've passed.
So there should be one that says at the top, additional adjustments after budget hearing, and one that says to be considered budget items.
I have 2 legal sheets.
Okay. We can.
Oh, were they in the folder?
I set them on your in your work area, in your area, before y'all came up.
Gotcha.
But we can get them here.
Thank you.
So which one are we going to talk about here?
The additional adjustments after budget hearing.
I still need. I bunched them with
Yes,
something. I don't
you
know where they are.
Let me give you mine.
So I haven't had a chance to throw these into my system. But you're saying that these ones that say additional adjustments after budget hearings.
They're the one. That is what we have discussed with the departments since the budget hearing, and the changes that the budget office is recommending.
On the 2 sheets you're supposed to have deal with the sheriff's office and
Those are the legal sheets.
This is the one you stopped at.
This is to be considered, but I don't have additional. I'll figure them all out. Candace? Sorry.
I don't think he has this one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
There it is. Is that it?
Y'all
Does everybody have sheets?
We think so.
Sorry. So on the additional items, adjustments after budget hearing, these are either the items that the departments have either contacted us and asked us to make the adjustments for them, either decreasing or increasing. So if you'd like to go one item by item to go over it, this is what we're presenting to you for approval to the adjustments to the budget. And then we have the Sheriff's Office and the Criminal District Attorney's requests that we'll speak about later.
You are recommending the items on this sheet.
On this sheet, we are recommending changes that were presented to us after the budget hearing.
Okay, so probate one.
Probate one is on here. He is not here today. He is satisfied with what he has.
Well, he's gotten $102,000 more, so I guess he wouldn't.
It's creating a project position. He asked for a position. We put it on the to be considered list. So in speaking with him, he has agreed to take a project position for the person he currently has that he's already paying part-time money to, out of a different fund, not out of general fund. And as he has vacancies, he will change the job description of one of his current positions and will move this project position into one of his current positions.
Okay.
And what happens if we get to the end of next year and nobody's left?
So a project position is good for 2 years. And if no one has left, we will ask that it be rebudgeted again. We will rebudget it again in his 2021 budget.
And so what we said at the original budget hearings was that, if you want to have social workers versus attorneys, you need to reorganize your department and you need to do that. And so I'm okay with going forward with this 102, but my preference would be that even though a project employee may be 2 years, if he hadn't got this taken care of by the end of next year, he's going to lose that project employee.
Okay.
Because this gives him a year to get that to get it reorganized and to go forward.
Okay. I will have that discussion.
And I'm more than glad to have him with him if he wants to come by and visit.
Okay.
And I was going to say, I don't know how the rest of the court feels about that, but he can't go by and visit with all of us.
That's right.
He's out of luck.
I'm good with it.
The person that he has identified is currently being paid on a part-time contractual basis in a special purpose budget. When that special purpose budget is presented for y'all's approval, it will be reducing that amount there.
So I guess humor me. What other ones are we adding? And let's talk about those.
Let's get on the same page. What page are you looking at?
I think I'm looking at this one right there. Yeah, that one right there.
Right.
And
So you want to start at the top and go down so that everybody's
at the top and go down. I'm not really too concerned about the ones that are reducing it. I'm all for those. But if we're going to be adding to it, I'd like to kind of know why we're adding to it.
So the adds are county clerk and probate one. We've already discussed probate one. County clerk is requesting temporary part-time in the Mansfield sub-courthouse. They currently only have one person in that office, and so they close at lunch every day with a new contract. And make sure I'm saying this right. With a new contract that went into place with the city, they are the place for records. So everyone has to come to our sub-courthouse to get any of their vital records, which has increased her workload. And closing at lunch is causing a hardship for them. So if we had someone in there that could stay in there during the time and not close for lunch, would be beneficial for them.
So this is covered in the lunch hour?
It is a part-time person being there, not just the lunch hour, but I think when we spoke with Clint, he was saying approximately 5 hours a day, per day, and that would help with the load that's increasing. It's relatively new process. It started in March, so we don't have some really good stats to verify to add a position or even request adding a position at this time. But I do think with the additional workload that we see in the stats as it's incrementally going up, that a part-time person is needed out there.
How much of that might be offset by revenue coming in? Are we charging for something? Any records or anything?
On revenue? Running the numbers on exactly what.
Come on up there, Clay. Thank you, sir.
We just pulled overall receipt numbers, and what we've noticed is since we've taken over as the local registrar, that office has increased by a little over 100 transactions a month. That load has actually put that office just at averaging almost 7 transactions a day less than a 2-person sub-courthouse, but they only have 1 person. And so the transactions have increased. The dollar amount we don't have. We just did the number of transactions being done. And then you take into fact they're also missing 5 hours a week by closing an hour lunch.
Is somebody paying a fee?
Yes.
Yes.
There's fees being paid.
I mean, are they $1 or are they $10?
It depends on if it was a birth certificate, a death certificate.
Has the revenue been increased?
No, sir.
Why not?
This was just made aware to us on Monday?
Correct.
Yesterday.
Correct. So this came about, we were pulling work numbers on employees to find out where everybody was at. In doing that, we noticed all of a sudden there's been this sudden increase in the Mansfield sub-courthouse. Started peeling back the onion a little bit, and oh yeah, here it is. We became the local registrar. The city of Mansfield turned over their records to us, and all of a sudden, bam, here's our business.
Okay.
And when did that transition occur?
I believe it was March when we finally got all their records.
I think this is a reasonably conservative approach to a growing situation that we don't know where it's going to end up. This will get us through to proof of concept.
I agree.
Okay. That takes care of all the.
Those are all the ads. We did receive notification from the state. So you see the $198,037 reduction. That's the contract that we discussed before. And so it's reverting back to what the contract was in 2019.
So is that the 41?
Yes, sir. 41 and a half
CPS
employees.
workers? Okay. Talk to me a little bit about that $344,000 in capital. Did we just classify that wrong?
The SOS for it, the request came from the Sheriff's Department for the MDCs, but the purchase of it has to happen through IT. So the request always comes to y'all via the department that requested it, and then we move it. And that's just so that the purchase can happen.
Okay.
So we've approved that aspect. It's a net 33.
Oh, absolutely. It's just taking it out of the Sheriff's Office, Communications Department over to IT's customer service.
Okay. So I need a motion, I think, to approve all of the items shown on the additional judge adjustments after budget hearing. And that total, if I've got this right, is $197,234. That's not including the capital. Capital would be another $56.98.
So after $192,213 reduction, that's including everything.
I got $197,234.
I will make that motion with the stipulation that you made earlier on probate 1, that if an organization has not reoccurred by the end of fiscal 2021, that this position will go away.
Second.
A motion is second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Again, under the operating part, I have $197,234.
Total, so what is it, what was the 197 that you were looking at?
Just the adjustments to operate.
Oh, just operate.
I don't have that number, I have capital in there also, so sorry. So what I'm showing is to general fund, 98,546, and in just operating, and to road and bridge, 98,688. That's what I'm.
Well, we can get together at some point and talk about it.
All right. Then the other two are the legal sheets that you have. This is the Sheriff's Office and the CDA's revised request. So, which one would you like to start with?
Sheriff's Office on top of mine.
Okay, Sheriff's Office it is.
Okie dokie.
They've contacted and asked for an additional, the Budget Office recommended 5 positions. When they came to the budget hearing, their request was to reinstate to the 34 positions they originally requested and to increase their overtime back up to the 1.5 that they had requested. They have come back with 15 additional positions and not requesting that the overtime. So this is for y'all's discussion, and the sheriff may want to come and...
Sheriff, what do you want to cut to get this?
We had is what we had talked about is that we do need the 29 that we asked for. However, is that we know that we're going through the staff study and we do need some relief. We are have opened Cold Springs, and Cold Springs is underway right now. That's several $1,000s a week just in overtime right there, and these help will alleviate some of that overtime. And we want to see what the staff study says and see how we're in concert with that. The other things, just like I was speaking this morning, is the area is growing. I mean, Fort Worth, Chief Krause is asking for 35 new police officers for Fort Worth, and other officers are being requested and wages are going up. Mansfield Chief said that their starting wages going up by $4,500. So I know there's a lot of critical things that, the monies, about the monies. And, but I think that, this is a minimum thing to give some of our people relief that are getting burnt out, that, you can only work 60 hours a week so long, and this will give us a little bit of hope that we can reduce that. We've worked aggressively with the agencies over the last few weeks on 2 or 3 different policies to not pick up prisoners for 24 hours, of course, and we're staying in that cycle, not responding to the IPA or the hospital for 12 to 14 hours. So we're doing things to make sure that we can be as effective and efficient as we possibly can. But we believe our staffing ratio is just way down beyond what we're steadily going at 4,200 people a day in a 24-hour period. So I think, that was our compromise. Quite frankly, the $1.1 million that we budgeted for overtime, it's suspect, but, best guess on that.
Sheriff, you got any information on how many people you got working 60-hour weeks?
I don't have that in front of me, Commissioner. I know that, what was our overtime in the jail last week, Randy? $55,000. We spent $55,000 last week in overtime. And that's probably pretty close to an average for what we're spending. And Cold Springs is not included in that amount as we are operational this week. Is that correct? Correct. So that's another 10? So probably closer to 65,000 this week.
And can you give me background on that facility? I guess there's one that's newly in operation. Will you give me background on that facility?
Yes, ma'am, as soon as I learned to manage Mike. Cold Springs was open when I came into office in 2017, and at that point where our population was, it didn't make sense to have it open, and we depopulated. It is a minimum security jail. And quite frankly, I think that if you're asking for futuristic issues about Cold Springs, is it either will have to have a lot of investment to make it up to a minimum security, or it'll become an obsolete jail simply because minimum security prisoners are going away because they're being PR'd out and bonded out. But it's, I believe it's an old school that has been converted, and it does have a yard, but it's, like I said, it's very minimum security. We're using it for the people that come in on the weekends, and now we're using it for those minimum security and some of our trustees that do laundry. That's the kind of folks that are out there. But very low level, non-felonious, all misdemeanor jail, which again, I think 3 years from now, we'll be talking about either closing it or fixing it.
We talked about it during the budget hearing. I think you refreshed my memory. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sitting here trying to figure out, I mean, if $60,394 is about what we're paying a jailer, fringe and benefits and everything that goes along with it, that's about $29, $30. It's about $30 an hour. Overtime's time and a half.
Yes, sir.
That's $45 an hour. If $55,000 was what you spent last week, that's about 1,222 hours, or about 61 people that work 60 hours.
Our incoming wage is around 40,000, Judge. So that you would be more at the top end of what a jailer would be.
But that'd be worst case.
Yes. Yes.
That overtime number doesn't take into account the benefits that he's talking
Yeah,
about.
it does.
Our overtime only includes the $35 an hour, which would be about time and a half for a detention officer.
Thank you. That helps or clarifies. The overtime numbers that I'm mentioning doesn't include benefits.
Well, I know, but I took the salary with fringe benefits,
Yes, you
divided
did.
it by the 2080, came up with $30 an hour, and then added time and a half to that, so that would be the
Got it
45.
now. I think you'd be spot on.
How many, if you look at it, I mean, that might be 61 a day that are working, that potentially are working 60 hours a week. And my concern, I don't know how, I don't know. I just see adding another 1.2. We're not talking about, let me go back for just a second. If we gave him 15, we're talking about 905 and not 1.2.
Well, an additional 905. We've already recommended 5 in the budget, and so 301,987.
So if above the 5 that's in the budget, if you want to raise that total to 15, it would be an additional $604,000.
I don't know how you can say that.
Okay, so let me.
It's 60,000 each.
Let me just tell you how I get there on this, okay? The first 5 positions, the 301,986, that's already in the recommended budget.
And that's 5 people.
That's 5 people.
60,000 each.
Right. So
Now we're going to add 15?
I thought you said you would add another 10.
No, I was just saying based upon what he's asked.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Judge.
That would be the 905.
Just had that.
Correct.
And then how much, are we going to reduce overtime at that point? Or are we going to still have it in there?
Currently, the overtime is still 1.1.
So there's
The
not a
request was
change
for
in it.
1.5. We reduced it $400,000 to 1.1. And it has been offset in this current year because currently it's at 1.8, maybe above that now. Last week it was 1.8 in confinement. So, but that's being offset with his attrition that he's having in confinement.
Where I'm looking at is I'm looking at right now, before we talk about this, our budgeted increase in M&O expenditures is about a little over 9%. And that's a lot.
That's correct. And we did talk earlier today about the request for additional compensation for the SO. We said we were going to talk about it here also. So this might be, you might want to consider all of that at the same time.
Go back to Angie's handout.
Helen, the addition in the budget is 905 to the recommended budget, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just making sure I was reading that number right.
Talking about the compensation.
What was that comment? I didn't hear.
Is on the jailer request, there was an additional 905. I was just confirming I was looking at the right number for the 15 jailers.
Correct.
So if we add that to the numbers that you are looking for this morning, that's an additional almost $6.6 million.
No, sir, that's not an additional 6.6 million.
It's 4.369 in law enforcement for 4%.
Okay.
Plus 1,309,000 for the grade 53.
Right.
That's a total of 5.670 plus 905 here gives us about 6.6.
That addition is correct. Above the recommended budget's going to be closer to it's going to be above about 3.2, 3.3 above what's recommended.
So in the current recommended budget is 3%. So the difference between that.
Good point.
The difference between those, his request for the 4% and the step E for grade 53s is $2,401,923.21.
Plus that would be still plus the 905 right here on.
Yes, sir. On top of the 905.
So that would be quick math.
3.3.
3.3, 3.2.
3.307.
Well, are we still 9-10% over?
Yeah, but if we do those, we're over 9 if we don't do anything. If we do the three things that we've just outlined here, that puts us at 9.61%, or approximately 9.61%.
So since it's a balanced budget, something's got to be reduced to offset this.
And that's the problem. If
Absolutely.
we reduce reserves, then all we're doing, that's an operational deal, and that means every year we're reducing reserves to that end, because then we're digging the hole. And we hadn't even, and at least at one point in time, we had mentioned the possibility of reducing the tax rate. And that's $9 million less revenue, so that would already be a $9 million.
The extra money that we put into the reserve because of what we're going to experience next year should be considered a one-time expenditure, and it's there then. And the only additional money you'll need to put in reserve.
You can't speak into you, Mike. We can't hear you.
The only I'm sorry. We should consider whatever monies we put in reserves as a one-time expenditure, that we don't have to continually to add or pay that amount also. Whenever you move that revenue into a line item expenditure such as salaries or additional personnel, that is a cost that you will be paying. It's a recurring cost that you will be paying every year.
Never stops.
So that's.
And the one thing that the legislature had originally discussed, didn't ultimately end up approving, was a carve-out for public safety.
Right.
And I think under the carve-out for public safety, that would have included not only the sheriff's department, but I think it would have also included the district attorney's office and maybe a couple of other things. It may have also included the courts. I don't know that for a fact, but it might have. But when they didn't do that, that kind of, you know, because they haven't implemented it yet, there may still be an opportunity for them to define things one way or the other, or there may be an opportunity to sit down with them and try to convince them to go back into session, when they go back into session, to do a carve-out for public safety next time, instead of making it there.
If they define things by carving out public safety at this point, then that increases the amount of the cap from 3.5 to whatever it becomes once you carve out public safety. That's even more onerous to us from a budgetary standpoint.
It's all in the detail, and I can, you know, and that's the problem that we really have right now, is that we don't know what the detail is to know. I mean, like I said, they started off, they were going to exempt public safety.
Right.
And then for whatever reason decided not to. And, you know, I would tell you that at the point in time they decide to do that, I mean, we would allocate whatever expense we could to public safety. We didn't even put Jack over there with you. I'm sorry. Just been one of the crosses you'll have to bear.
We'll take Jack.
He probably needs to be up there anyway. I think also one of the things that concerns, I think, the five of us, we're the ones that have to vote on this.
Absolutely.
And when the judge and I were visiting before we broke earlier, and what the cost, this 9-10% we're talking about, where's it at? Whose departments? Sheriff's Department? Mm-hmm. Criminal, it's basically criminal justice.
Yes, sir.
The system. 55-60% of what we're talking about in that 9% is right there. And we're the ones that have to vote on it. And I didn't get one extra employee in my office, and I didn't get any big-time equipment in my shop. And so, and I think the same thing could probably be said for people up here. But we're the ones that are going to get the finger pointed in our face that we raised those, that we came up with a 9-10% increase in our budget this year. So, not you.
Yeah, well, and I'd be happy to stand with you anywhere and explain it.
And I know you will.
And stand by it. And, you know, as we said, as I was reaching out to other chiefs and sheriffs, in Collin County, they start out a deputy $7,000-8,000 more a year than we do. I think we're a premier law enforcement agency, but we're number 9 or 10 in the rankings of pay. Yeah. And that's the facts, and we want to be that premier, and these noble people out there want it, and they're working hard to do it.
The scary part of this whole thing to me right now is it's going to get 3 times worse next year when we can only raise it 3.49.
Yeah, and I don't know, and I'm a criminal justice guy, and I know the judge is an accountant. I don't know if you ask me, says, hey, where does the money coming from? All I know is what I read in GK's report. It looked like there was $82 million that was cash carried forward, and there was $5 million that was reserves. I don't know if that's designated money. I know $67 million is going to reserves, which is reasonable, but I don't know where the rest of it's going. And I saw that it was proposed next year, so I saw those numbers, but I don't know. I don't pretend to know certainly all the devil in the details of the budget.
And that's a good point. I mean, we do, for the last probably 10 or more years, we have paid for our capital with cash. as opposed to borrowing anything and carrying it. And that's another one of those things that I don't know. I was having a conversation with Russell and Helen yesterday. I don't know what the fact that we're paying capital out of cash versus putting it over in a debt service account and paying for it, how that all interacts with, we just don't have any way of knowing exactly what they mean by 3.5% plus growth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the scary part of the whole deal. But you know, I've had a reporter call me last week and said that Benton Court's wild. You know, he's railing all over everybody because they're spending, you know, they're spending right up to the 8%. I didn't even tell him that. Well, come to Tarrant County, we're spending up to 9%. So that is, you know, we're putting money away for reserve. We're putting the money away to make sure our pension plan is well funded versus like some of the, you know, the city.
Oh yeah.
That we talk about, you know, I personally don't believe they've yet solved their pension problem. And I think they're still a far way away from it. And even for that matter, the legislature. It's kind of ironic that the legislature is being asked to come up with solutions for cities when if they looked in the mirror and saw what their pension plans look like, they would see some pretty...
And remember, the reserves, I'll say it again, it is a one-time expenditure. And you need to take that into fact because we can always lower the reserves. We'll never get it back. But if we take that money and we put it into operational costs, you're going to see that every year
after year.
Year after year, yeah.
Yeah.
There's no question it's recurring cost.
Yeah, the 3.3, I mean, that you're asking for would be an ongoing every year type of a deal. Now, again, and I think, you know, I don't know what we're going to do as far as structure adjustments after this because, you know, historically we have tried to give 3%. Well, we're not trying. We've given 3% raises, and that will eat up a good portion of the 3.5. And by the time you add benefits to that, we're going to be right on top of the 3.5, and then we've got to depend upon growth. And we're going to see, I think, a couple of cities within Tarrant County that are pretty well grown out, having some real problems next year, I think, as they try to.
And Your Honor, the largest workforce group that we have is the law enforcement group. Mm-hmm. And so when you think about and the largest group is the law enforcement group. And when you think about the 3.5 in revenue, think about what we talked about earlier today about when we raise the grades, you know, by 3% or 4%, and on top of the structure, and on top of that, people that go through that deal, we're not talking about a total of 3 or 4% increase in salary. We're talking about an increase of 6 to 7%, largest work group that we have. And that has to go up against that 3.5%. It's not good, but it's the deck that it's the cards that we've been dealt.
I recognize that nobody likes to ask for an increase. I'd like to say, you know, guys, we've got more than we want. You know, in fact, let's give you some back. I'd love to do that. But I think that, you know, we've been behind for salaries, not for years on some of this. And then there was some great leaps that have been taken over the last 3 or 4 years in our community, and I'm talking about the law enforcement community, where they have moved those things up so dramatically that while we were given 6, they were given 16, you know, where they were adjusting up. You know, Mansfield adjusted 2 years ago or a year and a half ago from 50,000 entry, which was what we were, to 60. And now they're about to go to 65.
And Sheriff, have you looked at the benefits that go with these salaries?
Absolutely.
In the other places that you're talking about?
Yeah, Mansfield's completely equatable. You know, that'd be one that'd be equatable to us. Is they've got TMRS with matching at the same amount. They've got medical. They got medical and retirement at certain ages, and so they've got most of the benefits that we have. in Mansfield, North Hills, Arlington, Fort Worth system. I agree with the judge. It's, their retirement system is something else. Certainly Dallas is. Grand Prairie is on solid footing and doing the same as far as the benefits is very much akin to ours. So there's the whole package, but I would be amiss in my duties if I didn't come and say, guys, this is what I believe we need.
But the turnover is not there. I mean, I hear what you're saying. You're training them, they're going on.
Sure.
But at least you're able to get the people to train. And if they're not turning over, I don't understand. I mean, that's the other side of the coin, is that there must be a good many of them that are staying with us, or we would have a higher turnover percentage.
I believe that in leadership, the first thing that you've got to create is environment. I think our people have worked very, very hard to have an empowerment environment where we've done servant leadership, and we've worked hard on all those things, and to let them do their job and empower those noble people to do that. But the second thing is always I got to feed my family, and I had an officer sit down with me and was going to Grand Prairie for a $20,000 raise because they were laterally moving, and said, I love it here, but I can't afford to work here. And I said, I understand, and I hope that you're always welcome to come back. And we can be a retirement job where somebody's drawing retirement and double dipping, if that's, but that's a whole different world. And we do some of that. There's no question. But we've even had retirees said, well, I'm sorry, your salary's not high enough. I'm going to go be a bailiff for Grand Prairie or someplace else. We've had that happen.
How many vacancies do we have right now?
I know that we have close to, I believe, maybe 13 deputy positions, and in detention, 26 detention deputies, and I think that's about to be reduced, but by a few. So there you go. Just 30 people, 35 people.
I'm sorry, we have, as of yesterday, we had 30 detention officers and 14 deputy sheriff vacancies.
We have, out of those 30 detention officers, 20 are going through HR processing in the next 2 weeks.
Out of the 30 detention officers, 20 are going through the HR process next week, so we'll be down to 10. We lose between 8 and 10 people a month. Is right now what we've done instead of 20. But
so that basically means we have about 10 openings in detention, and it's a compliment to you and your department to be able to hold those individuals. That's almost unheard of in big agencies. So they're saying here.
Well,
sir, if I hadn't sat down and talked to you about it, but is there any place in your budget that you can cut something out of? Is there anything you can do without that you've got now?
Commissioner, we've looked at that, and certainly we thought we've scrubbed several things and reduced several things. But right now, just about every body that we have is plugged in. I mean, like I said, when we created human trafficking, we cannibalized internally. The judge had mentioned a couple of weeks ago, maybe we don't need to do things that we have. This morning I had 2 judges fixing to have capital murder trials, and we said we can only support 1 voir dire. We can't support 2. And unless we start shutting down doors or leaving doors unsecure as we go do our bailiff thing.
What if your bike patrol only worked at night when you had people leaving as opposed to? I'm assuming you're working that. What are your hours on the?
From right now, I think we've got people on from like 6 to 10, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. during the day, and
6 a.m. to 10 p.m. versus
10 p.m.
At night. You don't do it.
We don't do it at night or weekends. We do it just when the activity's here.
6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
I believe that's correct.
How many bike officers do you have on duty at one time?
2.
2.
And they roll on back up to and help out family court. They do other things besides just bike.
I was thinking about one of them maybe for your voir dire.
Well, we've done some of that. And
see, that's it. But see, that I don't need to be getting into that. I don't need to be getting into the weeds on running your department. We have to let you I know we have to let you do it, but what we've got to try to do is say, you know, if I were just to say to you next year, okay, you got 3% or 3.5%. I mean, it'd be like saying to you this year, okay, we'll give you 6%, but you're at probably close to. You were at 9 before we added any of this other stuff in there. So if we added another 3 up there, it's going to be.
And Judge, are you saying, I'm just trying to keep up with you, 9% of the sheriff's budget or total budget, or?
You're 9% over what we forecast you to be this year. Just a second, let me get those numbers. So I think we're talking about those two right there.
So it's 9% over total recommended by the budget office.
And what did that number represent?
I think it's year over year from last year.
If we were to go with
okay.
without the year over year, you were at I think 8 point something. Just a second. 8.69 with the 3.3, you're at 11.15% increase from what we're forecasting. Now, last year, if my numbers are anywhere near correct, you were 5.5% above what your 18 actual was. 18 was 5.89 above 17. 17 was 7% over 16. 16 was 2.5% over, or 2.3% over 15.
What's your jail pop right now compared to this time last year?
It's I didn't look at the Randy. What's our jail pop this morning? 42.
Yes, sir. 42.50.
And a year ago, it would have been about 4, wouldn't it?
41 somewhere.
Yeah. So we're about 100 up from what we were last year, maybe 150.
So for that 150 additional people, we got to have 15 additional jailers.
20 total.
I'm
20 total.
20, yeah.
20 total. Is we think it's going to stagnate. Last year it started going back down, and we saw a peak in late July and August, and it started going back down to about 38 or 3,900. But all indications from activity that we see is it's going to probably stagnate around 4,000 or 4,100. And we were running that. And Helen, what was our overtime to date? What did you say in detention?
Well, last it was 1.8.
1.8 million, and we were running that. Now over the last 10 years, if you take the last 10 years and looked at it, our jail population on average has gone up 1,000 bodies over the last 10 years, and there hadn't been an additional officer sent into for detention since then, according to our records, is that there hadn't been any additions.
DK, have we got this committee working yet?
What's that?
Do we have this committee looking at the
Yes, in fact, we have a meeting tomorrow on this thing. So we're trying to figure out, first of all, what we're doing, we're analyzing who's in jail and what they're in there for, to see if we can get them out. And we talked that we're going to have a meeting. I believe tomorrow we're going to have our first meeting as a group. But we've been running a bunch of stats and everything. We're also trying to encourage to get the video magistration out there and try to head them off at the pass, basically, because the only way we're going to save money in jail operations is if we don't bring them into the jail.
Well, what's delaying the video magistration?
Understand that we're a week to 2 weeks away from hooking up, or at least agreeing with Arlington, so it's going to be the first group.
We've been talking about doing this for the last 3 or 4 years.
Understand. And it's a software development aspect. It's a matter of getting all the judges on, getting all the equipment put together, getting the agreements put together, but that's where we're at. We'll be laying this out on tomorrow because of who the sheriff is holding in jail, and this has nothing to do with the sheriff, but with the number of people that are in jail, that don't have any charges filed. And the police departments are, I don't know what that communication is with our side of the fence versus the PDs, but we're going to have to look at that too, because we have a lot of people that don't have charges filed yet. The PDs haven't made the case to the DA to be able to, for her to accept those charges.
We used to not accept those in the jail until the charges were filed.
That's correct. That's correct. And that was a limiting factor on why we were able to keep a lid on our jail population.
What's that approximate number that you gave?
Okay, so it's going to be 200 or 300 people.
What happens is they have about 5 days to file the charges under the central magistration system. And
250 to 300, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and what happens, and some of the, when we boil that down, there's going to be 10 or 15 after 5 days that don't have they don't have charges filed. Some of those people have multiple charges filed, but they still show up statistically where they have, they have a burglary charge, and then maybe they're getting a second charge, and that second charge hasn't been filed yet. So they also show up in those data the way it goes. So some of that is would have to be looked at, but every time we've looked at it, it's been, and we remind chiefs every week, hey, you got to get this done and that done, and
and it's not just those individuals, but like parole violators. Good example. We have over 200 parole violators in our jail, and I believe that those numbers are about 160 to 170 are there on blue warrants. They're just technical violations. Mm-hmm. And we're meeting with the state parole board to ask them to get those hearings, deal with those individuals, and then get them out of our jail. Either refer them back to the courts, cut them loose. Don't have them sitting in our jail.
So, Commissioner Johnson, you had mentioned the way that we used to do it versus now. Why do we make those changes?
Why does what?
The way that we used to do it. You said we didn't used to do that. We didn't used to take people, I guess, before.
We didn't accept people in our jail until charges were filed against them. Okay. And that changed.
It did.
Okay. Why did that change?
If I may, Commissioner, I'll tell you, is that, and there's probably several differences of opinions in here, yeah. I believe, and the Attorney General believes, and the DA's here, I'll let her speak for herself, and all the district judges believe that the law clearly states that upon probable cause being determined that a person should be held, they are the responsibility of the sheriff. And the sheriff shall pick them up within a reasonable amount of time. And the Attorney General since 1970s have all confirmed that and have stated time and time again that because several counties have tried to copy what Tarrant County started way back in the 70s of not taking prisoners. And consequently, you probably have more city jails in Tarrant County than any other county in the state because cities did that. And they held them, and we'd have people on county charges lingering in city jails for days and weeks that were out there that were kind of an unfunded mandate on the cities at that point. But I believe it's law that the sheriff take that responsibility, and I believe that.
What's the reasonable time frame?
Mostly is they got to be magistrated within 48 hours. But most of the time, that as far as I can find, the law is 24, and that's what we are doing, is that we're picking them up about every 24 hours. They're coming in about every 24 hours. And sometimes 36 hours, depending on how the day's events gone.
And I think what had happened in the past, prior DAs, prior sheriffs, what we'd said is that, or what they had kind of said was sometimes cities are a little slow in getting all the paperwork done, and so when you get all that done and you're ready to and we've accepted the fact that we're going to indict or we're going to take the charges, then that's when we'll bring them to the jail. And I had a good friend, he's still at the city of Fort Worth, and he's made the statement. He said, I've got a lawsuit against Tarrant County, And all I do is change the name of the sheriff every time the sheriff changes. And I said, yeah, and the reason you've had that for so long was because the city isn't going to sue the county. Because we collaborate on a lot, we help them with a lot of things, and they're okay with holding those prisoners in jail. You got Richland Hills, North Richland Hills has a regional jail. Keller has a regional jail. Don't know, I guess Arlington has a big enough jail that they pretty well handle it.
The big jails, you are two of them in Arlington and Mansfield.
In Mansfield. And, you know, today, or I think 8/20, what's today? 8/20. As of last night, you had 264 prisoners in what is called suspense.
Right.
What does that mean?
That means that there have been some charges that probably have not been filed on them. That doesn't mean that they don't have charges filed in another case.
Well, we got 264 people that are sitting down there in kind of in suspense, and some of those might have still been in the city jails if we had continued. We have...
This is the same number you said, somewhere between 250 and 300.
Right.
Yeah, that's our 5 o'clock report, 5 a.m. report.
We had sentenced felons of 266, unsentenced misdemeanors, which we had unsentenced felons of 2,432. Unsentenced misdemeanors, and this is what the committee will work on to see if there's a potential of getting them out. You had sentenced misdemeanors, you have sentenced state jail of 87. So we've got 353 that are state jail convicted.
How much is on probation violations?
Parole violators are another 213.
There's the 213.
So, and we got 130 weekend warriors or work release. And basically those folks, you know, I understand that jail time is a deterrent, but that's probably 500-600 prisoners right there that it could be argued don't belong to us.
Well, if the Harris County model continues, as I said earlier, Cold Springs will be obsolete because we will not have any minimum security prisoners in our jail. Right now, and I think Greg's here, but he can tell you better than I that right now, if you're a misdemeanor, 44% of you will be PR'd out, and that was unheard of, 3 years ago. So a lot of those people are
3 months ago. I mean, we're increasing it because it used to be only 15% 3 or 4 months ago.
That's right, and I think that number is going to go up.
That's a good change in the right direction.
Yep.
And so we're getting out people who, obviously, the judicial system is taking certainly in consideration. They don't want to put somebody out there that's a threat to the community. But other than that, a lot of misdemeanors are going out. I don't think any felonies, but there could be. I'd let him speak to that.
Is the CRT exam, is that mental health?
Mm-hmm.
So in addition to that, we've got about 260. So we have 566 that are arguably state or parole or blue warrants. We've got another 264. Well, no, excuse me. We've got another 222 that are their mental capacity is in question. Now, not all of those are waiting for state jail beds.
No.
Probably only about 60 or 70 of them.
Yeah.
Talking about the CRTs?
Yeah.
The CRTs, we're not waiting for state jail.
Waiting for an exam.
We're actually having to send them to a state psych hospital. It's either in Vernon or Wichita Falls.
Wichita Falls.
I thought those were the ones that were being CRT exam. I thought those were the mental capacity.
CRT stands for Competency Restoration.
Well, I understand that, but it was my understanding that some of those might have their competency restored before.
We work with MHMR to do that.
All right, bud.
And we're trying to identify if there's any of those that might be eligible. We're working with MHMR right now to see if some of them may be eligible, that we can put them on low-risk bond.
Yeah, and that's interesting. You said over 200 are in that arena. In January of 2017, there were 20 on that line item. And in last week in our meeting with MHMR, and we were discussing percentages in the jail, and this is just another thing on that scope of how many people are getting MHMR services in the jail. Well, 2 years ago I was told it's 25%. Last week I was told it's closer to 46% of our population is receiving some type of MHMR services, and so this isn't going away by any means. I wish it was, but and that.
So we got a total of we got a little over 1,000 that are either state, suspense, or have some sort of a mental issue.
Well, we can sit here and weep and cry about it all day long, but what are we going to do with it?
Well,
Great question.
great question to the floor.
Is it reasonable to ask the sheriff to relook at his situation? I mean, I know we're getting closer to September the 10th.
What would you propose he looks at?
Well, you asked the question, what can you cut? Okay? You couldn't think of anything right now. Maybe tomorrow you can.
I think we're going to have, I mean, I don't disagree. I think we're going to have to look at some overtime. I would much prefer us to have some of these meetings behind us and see if we can find a way to, get the state.
Some of them out.
To get some of them out.
May I ask, Helen, do you have any figures on what overtime has done over the past 10 years?
10 years? I do not have the figures at my fingertips, but we have been keeping a 5-year stat on it.
Okay, give me 5 years.
Excuse me?
Give me 5 years.
So, let's see if I can find it real quick. Give me just a minute. I actually have a report that I think that will do that.
You're going to be able to flash that report up on the screen.
I don't know that I'm hooked up, but I can give you.
Supposed to go.
Do what?
I
got one.
Sure.
Just banker hours.
No.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
I think we're waiting.
I'm hurrying.
And we may be waiting until next week and then just have a meeting behind you. You say this group is meeting tomorrow?
We're meeting tomorrow. I don't know if there's.
Well, don't look for any reductions tomorrow. It's going to take a while.
It does.
So we need to buy a bus to transport state prisoners to the state?
If they will take them, we've offered to send them. We got a bus and a couple of passenger vans and
handcuffs to the fence.
This process is a slow-moving process simply because you have so many different elected groups that have an impact on the jail.
It's something we should have looked at a long time ago. We've waited too long.
Yep.
So I can take you back. This report pulls up overtime since 2016. And in 2016, the overtime was 105,000. I'm rounded up to 106,000. And I'm talking about confinement only. In 2017, it was 1.6 million. In 2018, 900,000, and in 2019 to date, 1.9.
So what happened between 2016 and 2017?
I can tell you that the jail population was starting to go up in late 2016. It has continued to rise since then. And the philosophy of the former administration and myself are completely different, that we will meet jail standards and we will not put somebody in jeopardy. And because of that, we were averaging about 30 officers assaulted per quarter. And we've reduced that greatly because they do get into fights, but they were being assaulted because they didn't have the people that they should have had. So those are some of the things is that we took into account what posts really do need to be manned for the safety of officers, and two is that the jail population was going up.
And that's, I mean, and I don't disagree with one thing you said right there. But is there, I mean, we've passed jail inspection for 25 years.
I've got some comments on that too, sir, but
Well,
maybe
I
not here.
understand, but I mean, we've passed jail inspection for 25 years.
Yes, you did.
And I don't know if there's a middle ground between 106 and 1.6.
It's startling.
And we never want to risk harm to our officers. I'm not in any way, I don't want to be misinterpreted. But is there anywhere in between? And I know we've talked a lot about our jail study and about having somebody come in, and I know we're close to there, and I hope that whoever we bring in is, understands urban jails.
Absolutely.
If they've not done, if they've not done urban jails here in Texas, then I think we're spinning our wheels.
I don't disagree with that. They've got to have done big jails, and it'd be preferable here in Texas because of the jail commission standards.
Right. Was Knowles still administrator in 16?
No.
So that had already changed at that point in time.
He had already passed, I believe. I believe he passed in 15 or 14. Yeah, he passed in 15. And there'd been several changes, 15 and 16 in there.
Administrator of
Executive.
Jail administrator.
Oh,
He was probably, right, wrong, or indifferent, he was probably one of the most respected jail administrators in the state.
He is what Randy Cundiff is now.
very good. Okay. Thanks for putting those two together.
I don't think we're ready to make a decision. I think it is going to, I may be wrong, but I think I'm reading the court to say that it's going to be very difficult to go to 4%. I don't know about the grade 53. I don't know about, and I think it's going to be hard to add 15 new officers. So I would just think about, is there somewhere in between?
Okay.
And I think it's going to really point out the fact that over the next year, we're going to spend a lot of time trying to lower the population of your jail in any way, shape, or form that we can. And I think, yes, you're right, it does involve a lot. It involves elected officials from the cities all the way up until everybody, with several elected officials here within Tarrant County, including about 20 that we've got over from the judge's standpoint. And I'm not saying that, I think we just got to try to figure out a way that everybody feels comfortable in going forward. And I don't know what that way is, but I truly, and it may be just to go into the people and saying, we got to vote. Because the legislature has said what they believe, and they said, go to the people and let them decide if they want to do it, and that may ultimately be what we have to do.
Absolutely, and I want to assure the court that whether it's a committee or whoever it is, that we can look at this from every angle that we possibly can. That people that don't need to be in jail, we don't want them in jail. We certainly want to keep the ones that do need to be in jail. And somebody's got to call those balls and strikes, and those will probably be magistrates and judges, which they should be. And but maybe there are things that we can do, and if there's something that we can do, and I'll assure you that the budget is constantly in our face. We are constantly looking at ways to reduce cost. When we depopulated Cold Springs, that was a reduction in cost. We felt like we could save money doing that, and we're diligent, and we spend the money like it's ours, and it's just been a lot of going-ons.
Are we housing anybody in the city county jail now?
Over at Belknap, Fort Worth is. That's their processing center. And then some of their misdemeanors, some of them go over to North Richland Hills. Fort Worth's contracting with North Hills, but they book them and process them into the Fort Worth system at the old Belknap, at the old county jail.
But the 3 floors on Belknap, the top 3, that's approximately 450 inmates. We are not occupying that. We made a decision to go to Cold Springs, and the reason is because the way everything is structured, Cold Springs, you can use less staff.
That's right.
That was a decision, and that was in my opinion, that was the correct decision to make.
That's exactly right. He said it exactly right. But Belknap's being there, and it's been retrofitting to meet Sandra Bland, and that's the new state mandate's been around for a while with the cameras and so forth like that.
And Sheriff, that may be one of the things, and I know that it's not something that will help us here immediately, but I want us to talk about bringing, I'm more and more believing that our state reps do really not understand the impact of some of the decisions, like the Sandra Bland, like the Michael Morton.
Oh, I agree.
Like, and what that's costing us, because a lot of that 9% that I'm referring to is directly a result of Michael Morton, indigent defense, state jail prisoners that we're getting paid not a dime for. You figure 500 times $75, that's close to $37,500 a day.
Well,
that we're $37,500 a day that we're spending.
You're not going to hear me disagreeing with that. You're exactly right, and I think that those things either need to be modified or done something with. And maybe I can speak for Sharon on this. Is I have always been proud of Tarrant County as a whole, and we've done this ever since I've been in law enforcement here. Is there's a lot of due diligence to make sure that we don't put somebody in jail that doesn't belong in jail, or prison, more importantly, and that's gone on for years in this county. And then we have one or two episodes, or 3 or 4 episodes, which is awful. And my thing is if they'd come to Tarrant County and we could teach them how to avoid that, then maybe we don't need to have that restriction. But the Sandra Bland deal, I think the first question is, do you fear losing your job because you came to jail? And the answer is always going to be yes, and that's the first red flag of MHMR. And so, I think there's some modifications that certainly can be done, and there's no question those 2 particular laws have impacted the state greatly and cost a lot of money. And there's no results of what.
Did you say we had?
Pardon me, sir?
How many people?
213.
Are the defense attorneys abusing this?
I don't have any reason to believe that.
Well, they have before.
Yeah, I don't. I have not seen any evidence to that point. In fact, I had, a couple of weeks ago, I had a conversation with a large amount of defense attorneys, and we talked about, for instance, the Michael Morton, and it's not like the old days where you can go in and plea, because they've got to go in and watch all this digital stuff and listen to all these recordings and go to the jail and show it to them. And in fact, when I first got here, that was the first complaint I got, was from the defense attorney. Says, we can't compete with girlfriend to see our client, so we cleared out 2 days where they can't visit except for attorneys and other officials, a prosecutor or investigator or whatever, but so that they can get in and sit down and show them, which our facilities aren't built for that. They're showing them the video on the screen there. And man, there's a lot of moving wheels out there, but I don't think that they are. I don't have any.
48 days in jail. Right now, the 213 that were there as of 5 a.m. have averaged, on average, have been there for 48 days.
And why so long?
I think
do we know? Sharon, do you know?
The 213, is that the mentally ill? Is that what you're
No, that's the parole violators, blue ones.
The parole violators, we don't have any control over, that's gonna be a state.
There's 167 that don't. There's a percentage that do and a percentage that don't. That's our last count. We're meeting with the Director of Control.
Clearly, our way forward is to try to lower our jail population.
Absolutely.
And the low-hanging fruit, it seems to me, is misdemeanors and MHMR.
At 48 to 1.
Patients.
At 48 to 1, and one position being 5.2 people.
Well, according to jail standards, we're only running at 4.77. It should be probably 5.2.
So, based upon that, if we lowered our jail pop by 144, then we've saved you your 15 people.
Still got a heavy overtime that we still would be spending, but simple math would say yes.
I didn't get to finish, but...
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Building a new Trinity Springs and raising the number of mental health beds that we have available in this community is key. That's something that was very well received in the bond program. And the other key, it seems to me, on the mental health side is the Crisis Diversion Center. If we can keep low-level, non-violent offenders from being incarcerated in the first place, if we can divert them to treatment instead of incarceration, then we will have done a good job in lowering your jail population.
Commissioner, you got my full support on that. We need a diversion center.
Well, and the other thing, that a couple of the communities, a couple of large urban counties have gotten contracts, I think, with the state to build mental health beds, and in the local area, the local public hospital, to operate those beds. And so if we could get that to happen here, then we may be a long way toward moving some of these people out of that area.
And I know Commissioner, this budget session's got to go on what it is, but I'd challenge us all to maybe have a sit down and just talk about a strategic plan to come up with some of those things and structures.
I don't disagree.
That would go a long ways, because I know there's a lot of people over there in jail right now for criminal trespass with $200 bonds.
But I can pretty well predict that if the state builds more mental health beds, they're going to go to competency restoration, not misdemeanants who have some behavioral problem.
Exactly, and they need to be restored. And Judge, before you go bonding them out over there, those criminal trespass, they'll be right back. If we let them out today, they've got chronic behavior issues. If they don't have a place to go.
Commissioner Brooks is right. We got to have some place for them to go.
Right.
Okay, we're going to try this again next week, same time, same place.
Everything? I mean,
well, at least for him, yes.
Okay.
For me, yes. I think it was just me, Helen.
We love you. We just love to keep seeing you coming up here.
I know it. I enjoy the dance.
My everything meant compensation and positions.
I think so at this point in time.
Okay.
Unless somebody has anything they want to eliminate off or add on or do anything else.
Well, I think because of all of our other employees getting 3%, the 4% is out of line. I would love to see them get a 10%, but like the judge said, they're going to get 3 plus another 3% for step. That's 3% more than most employees in the county are getting. So I can live with 3% rather than 4.
Is that a form of a motion?
I would so move.
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
just for my clarification, y'all just went with 3% overall. That wasn't consideration of the 53 to C.
I think that's 50,
is that correct?
3% overall.
3% overall, and the 53 step.
No.
Okay.
That wasn't considered.
That was not a part of the motion.
Okay. So that's still alive right at the moment.
Is it?
I don't know that I think it's still
If the
alive.
53s got a 4%, well, how much
Not
would
the 53's 4%, sir. The 53 starting at step E.
Right now, the 53s, now, is that all 53s or is it just the
peace officers?
Just the peace officers. So what this is that would mean that everybody that's not in the jail would.
That's a 53.
It's a 53 would, instead of starting at step A, would start at step E, which would be 5 years down the, it'd be 5 years.
1.3. That's 1.3 million.
It's 1.3 million.
Well, does that include constables? Are there any 53s in constables?
Yes, I guess it would include constables, and it would
in the DA's office.
Well, no, she's on a different pay grade. And Judge, there's a few 53s operational in the jail, like the bond desk and so forth, that it would affect. But it's just peace officers. It's not detention corporals.
So it's anybody who's got a peace officers, but you've got some who don't, who have it, but are not required to have it.
That's true. That doesn't affect them. What it would affect is, like, we've got to have X number of peace officers at the bond desk. It affects them.
So if you have a peace officer in the detention center that's not required to be, they're not going to get this.
Yes, sir.
On the peace officers in your bond desk, are they required to be a peace officer?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Yes, that's a required peace officer post.
So what happens whenever we take one of those peace officers and move them into a say patrol function?
It's a lateral transfer.
Okay, then we have not, then they will be starting, some of them will be starting below the entry level.
Well, that's what I was saying is that if we went to the peace officers who are performing in peace officer functions and we took them all to the 53
$1.2 million extra.
Is that would include those bond desk sergeant or officers that would, if they went to patrol, they wouldn't get a raise.
I would like to know
Let's get the numbers.
What raising that would cost us.
To be considered.
For all of them. If there's constables and whatever one's in the sheriff's office. For the next discussion.
It is for all 53s.
Is that for all 53s?
Right.
Okay.
The numbers that you have include constables. It includes the operation side of the sheriff's office.
All right, which numbers? I've got about 14 pages up here.
1.192.
Yes.
Right.
On the.
It's on the compensation handout from earlier this morning.
Above and beyond
this one?
Korn Ferry
Keep going. Look at the second. No, that's the CDA. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
It's that number right there.
So I want to be sure if you have somebody.
192.
Yes.
So if you have somebody that's on the bond desk or whatever they are that you said they had to have a peace officer.
Right.
Do you have any peace officers in the jail back in detention? None of them. There are no 53s back there.
There's 53s, but they're detention corporals. They're not peace officers.
And none of them have decided on their own to go get their peace officer. Because I thought I talked with somebody the other day.
That's going on, but they're not promoted to 53 because they've become peace officer. They're not there. They're still a jailer until they get an opening for that 53 position. Yeah, and as David just reminded me, that's not a requirement of the job description, and so they wouldn't get it.
So if you move somebody from the bond desk back into the confinement area, they're going to take a decrease in pay because it's no longer required.
If they move into a non-peace officer position, that would be a demotion. That would be a demotion.
I just want to put that on the record, because if that happens,
right,
somebody's going to come in to the closed session and say, well, this person's going to take a decrease in pay, and you're going to be in there, you might very well be in there saying, I don't think it's fair for this person to have to take a cut in pay. So just keep that in mind when you start moving people around. That's going to be you can't be moving them peace officers.
It's a demotion.
It's a demotion. It's a true demotion. And that the civil service outlines how that happens.
Okay.
I just want to be clear on that, because it's not a demotion to move from a grade 53 peace officer to a grade 53 corporal. So I hope we're all on the same page, but it's not a demotion in that case. It's a lateral transfer, in which case our policy says they retain their salary.
Well, but they're not going to, we're going to change that policy because they're not going to retain their salary if they do that.
Okay.
Well, and that'll affect a whole lot more than just in the sheriff's department when we said that. We'll need to look at that policy, because that policy is county-wide.
Well, we'll make it law enforcement only.
What's that got to do with civil service?
We'll make it law enforcement only.
Okay. All right.
This part of the rodeo done?
Now, we haven't done it yet, so I don't know if you want to make that motion or not.
I do not want to make that motion.
We're going to leave it on the to be considered.
But we do have a motion, though, on the 3%.
We've already voted on that one. It passed unanimously.
Thank you.
Come on down.
You think?
Ms. Sharon.
So that leaves the criminal district attorney. And the other legal sheet of paper shows her request, her revised request, and she will come and explain.
Ma'am.
Okay, by way of review, on August the 5th, you all granted our startup adult sexual assault team an intake attorney and a trafficking attorney. That's a total of 6 positions, and we are very grateful. Today, and that's up at the top, today my ask is for an additional 9 positions and 1 reclass. The reclass is a grade 76 attorney reclass to a senior prosecutor grade 77. The cost to the county, this is from Helen, is $6,865. I think that's the simpler one. The purpose for this is to have an attorney that handles the technology aspects of case filing and is also a subject matter expert for all the tech share prosecutor, tech share corporation task. This person also has to train our police agencies. Remember, we have 41 cities or parts of cities and 56 filing agencies in Tarrant County. They have turnover, so this position also does continuous training with the police agencies to make sure they know how to use the system, also trains our attorneys to make sure that we know how to use it. And that would be our first request, a reclass from a grade 76 to a 77. Do you want to hear all of them at once?
What do you want to cut to get this?
I don't. Or we can take the money out of, I don't know, I don't know. So you want to hear them all?
Take it out of precinct 4?
No, I was thinking take it out of tech share. I don't know. But it is to make sure that we get that program where it actually works. Protective orders. You all heard from Ms. Robinson last week, and this is her team. She said, and she was here this morning, but she said the one thing that she would say to you is that she wanted you to know, and she didn't tell you last week, that of all the protective order cases that are filed in Tarrant County, remember, protective orders are those cases filed to help a domestic violence victim be safer. 1/2 of all the total that are filed in Tarrant County are filed by these 3 protective order prosecutors. And that's on a yearly basis. That was in 2018. She said that she wished that she had known that and been able to tell you that when she was here. We are also requesting an attorney in the civil division. We talked before about the game room regulation. I've given you a handout on the task of the civil division and also a comparison. And I know we're very proud in Tarrant County that we managed to do more with less, but our civil division does a lot with a whole lot less. So we've given you kind of a comparison of civil staffing by the various counties. El Paso County's at the bottom. I struck them because they are actually so small I don't usually use them for comparison. Our third request, you gave us 1 intake attorney. We are grateful. And our request is for an additional intake attorney. You saw the data that we gave you last time about the number of cases reviewed by our intake attorneys. It was like 7,000 or 6,000 cases per lawyer. Today we provided this graph because I think it's helpful. It's felony and misdemeanor incidents reviewed by the adult population. So we know that in Tarrant County we're now over 2 million people. This graph is more accurate because we use the population data from the Texas Demographic Center so that when we talk about adult felonies and misdemeanors, we're not talking about juvenile cases, we're actually comparing apples to apples. So you see the population line, which is the straight line going up, and then luckily we live in a county with more misdemeanors than felons. This top line of orange is the number of misdemeanor cases, and the blue line is the number of felon cases. In the past, when we've appeared before you, we've concentrated on our felony cases because they're the ones where there is greater risk to our populace because of the level of violence involved. We are asking for misdemeanor attorneys. So I know when Larry talked to you last week, he talked to you about that there's really 2 ways to judge the impact of criminal cases. So there's the number of cases, and then there's the amount of work that it takes to get that case ready. So we look at case filings, and then we look at DME. And I think that last week, or on August 5th, he gave you this information on the misdemeanor DME. And the total amount of DME, digital media evidence, that's everything that comes in off body cams, car cameras, pole cameras, mom and pop shop cameras, for all of the misdemeanors in 2018 was 99.54 terabytes of evidence. That is about half of the total DME that came in. The other half would have been on the felony cases. You all asked, when I was here on August 5th, what are the kinds of misdemeanor cases that we're talking about? And I provided this for your enjoyment reading when you want something to fall asleep with, but it is it's the number of misdemeanor cases per offense filed per year since 2015. So 2015, possession of marijuana, 3,980 cases. 2016, 4339. 2017, 4969. 2018, 5673. And 2019 to date, 2945. And we've got that all the way back to a massage therapy violation, which we've had 1 in the last 5 years, right? So I've got, I think, 5 pages of a list of all the misdemeanor offenses so that you'll know what we're talking about. Our misdemeanor caseload per person is about 700 cases. I have 2 diagrams for you. One is felony and misdemeanor filings by total population. And you can see the line, which is the population, the total population. We really had a spike starting in 2010, and then it just continued to go up population-wise. And then you see the yellow line at the top is our misdemeanors. We still are very lucky that we have more misdemeanor offenses committed than felonies. Misdemeanor offenses are at the bottom, and that is your misdemeanor and felony filings per total population. Now, again, I don't think this is as accurate as it could be, because when we talk felonies and misdemeanors, we're not including juveniles, so we need to compare it to adult population, and that's the last diagram. You'll see that adult population starts in 2010. And it starts in 2010 because the demographic group that we used doesn't track adult population back before that. So I can't give you accurate numbers there. But in 2010, you can see the population continues to go up. Misdemeanors continue to go up commensurate with the population, and felonies also. Last week, I listened to the discussion by this court and about the John Peter Smith Hospital and the bond package, and so much that was said last week, as I listened to it, really rang true for me about the criminal justice system and about our office. It was said that the growing population of Tarrant County would demand more hospitals. And let me tell you, the growing population of Tarrant County would demand more prosecutors. It just has to. When we look at the data, it just has to. And you also talked about addressing the needs in a comprehensive plan and not piecemeal. And I think that applies here too. And I would ask you to consider that. So I still go to the North Texas Crime Commission, which is in Dallas. It's a fun drive. And David Dean over there always talks about, he does the challenge coins, and he always talks about this quote from John Nance Garner, who was the 32nd Vice President of the United States. The first function of government is to protect and safeguard the lives and property of its citizens. And I would just tell you that that's as true today as it was then. And your decisions, I'm not saying that if you don't give us these, that you're not protecting protecting and safeguarding the lives and property of our citizens. I don't believe that for a minute. You all have very tough decisions to make. But I think that of the most important that you're going to make are these ones dealing with criminal justice in our county. And those are my requests.
Sharon, I appreciate the fact that you were paying attention last week when we had the JPS discussion. The difference is that at JPS, we got a pot of money that we're trying to deal with. Mm-hmm. There's no pot of money here.
I agree with you.
We're trying to figure out where to get the dollars to address the needs that are being presented to us. And there are no easy answers. In fact, there may not be any answers.
I understand. And GK, I stand ready to attend an expediter meeting. I didn't know about it, but we'd love to be there.
I think it's tomorrow. I just saw it on my calendar the other day. Les is scheduling those. And thank you.
Okay, so the sheet Helen, you have two groups. Well, you have, I guess, three. You have the protective order, the career path, the misdemeanor, the attorney for senior, and then the attorney misdemeanor. Three of those. So you're requesting 9 more positions. Is there any? Do you have any? Would you be willing to at least try to prioritize those 9? I mean,
yes. May I respond to that? This entire budget process has been about prioritizing, and I just want to tell you what we do in our office, and then I'll tell you what. So, Ms. Fletcher, our chief of staff, starts us working on our budget in February. And she sends an email out to all the chief level people and says, what are your needs and what is your justification? And we have to respond in writing. When all that stuff came in, we had a month, the executive committee to look at it, and there were 29 requested positions. And we cut it to 20 when we made our original request. Since that time, we have cut the grand jury positions, and if I had to, looking at these, I need a protective order attorney. People are at risk. The problem with protective orders versus criminal justice or criminal cases is by the time we get to trial with our judiciary and our courts, it could be months, years later, right? I need the grade, I need the reclass, I need the protective order attorney. I can probably do away with the intake attorney and we'll just deal with it. I need a civil division attorney because the workload is significant. And then I need the misdemeanor attorneys because the workload is so significant. So, does that help?
When you're talking about the reclass, again, that goes back to, I know that you mentioned tech share. And as I understand, the person you're looking at there is Vincent. I don't know that for a fact. But he was in Austin all of last year, or at least for 5 months of not last year, I guess this year. And so, as I said, I guess on August the 5th, I'm really opposed to setting up individual tech share people in all of the various areas that we have them. I'm not opposed necessarily to looking at a tech share cross-trained team as we move down the road, but I really, I don't want to get to the point of where we've got one that's trained only on what you may need from tech share, and then one from the district clerk, one from the county clerk, one from the jail, and so forth. So I'm not supportive of that at this point in time.
You all had approved, if I may, a position in the past for the technology aspects. And as you recall, that person was required to do their regular caseload and do the technology, their caseload being the child sex videos, pornography cases. When that person left, we took that position and downgraded it, I believe from a 78 to a 76, and assigned the 76 to just handle the child pornography cases, and that's going very well. But we do have this gap, and honestly, I asked Katrina to come up here and visit with you all about what her duties are. She is regularly spending 40 hours a week billing us. We pay for her out of, I don't know what, salary savings. And we're not gonna, I mean, I don't know who's gonna do that after she's gone, because she is retiring. She retired from them. Somebody has to train the attorneys. Somebody has to train the police. Someone has to work with juvenile. For heaven's sake, juvenile is still doing things the way we did back in 2014, which is all the discovery, all the Michael Morton by hand and by copy machine. And they're working desperately to try to get a solution to that. We've been working with the police to try to get a solution that makes it easier for them to download their videos. It's a solution called Axon that the Dallas DA's office uses. So there are just so many moving parts, and it's not that we need our own tech share person. I need a lawyer who understands technology. I mean, Vincent will still be one of our trial attorneys. He's in expunctions and non-disclosures now. He still works for a living and tries cases. But I need somebody that can do that additional task. And so that would be simply an upgrade in his position.
My dilemma still is the number and the increase we're looking at overall. And I just don't know where to get the money from. And I'm very attuned to getting a group together and going to the legislature and trying to get public safety carved out so that, I mean, because I think the things that you started, the intimate partner, sexual assault this year, are great programs. You know, it may be that we have to try to take, you know, those folks were doing something else before, and I don't know if they'll pull enough off some of the other ones that they can fill in the gaps until we can maybe get public safety carved out from that. I mean, I'm looking for answers, and I just don't know how we can go over 9% in our expenditures and not, and just basically not take all the heat that we're going to end up taking regardless of what we do. We're going to take it at 9, I guarantee you, because it's already started.
We need to find that goose that lays the golden egg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, folks.
So I have a question from the handout of your budget needs from 8.5, and then the one for today. It looks, was there an addition of a request for position for civil division, or?
We had added that on August 5th. We started off with a request for a game room attorney. And then you will recall that I visited with you all about the additional duties for a civil attorney. So Russ Freemel is our interim civil division chief. He's been there before, and he was off for a year and a half, and he tells me that the workload is dramatically increased. And I think other people in the county would tell you the workload for civil has dramatically increased. And so that's why when he started looking at it, checked with some other counties, I mean, I think that we certainly need an attorney just to be able to do the work that we do. So you know that before I became, well, you don't, before I became DA, I visited with the commissioners, and I said, what do you want in the DA's office? And one of the requests was that you would get answers to your questions, that when you called our office and you had a question, that you would get an answer. You might not love the answer, you might disagree with it, but it would be based on the law, and we would tell you an answer. And we've tried to do that to the extent that, you know, we are really trying to turn answers around so quickly that I think sometimes we suffer for that. So, you know, we may just be at a point where we have to tell you we'll get back with you because it takes a little time to do good research and to give good answers. But that's the request for that.
But it isn't in addition since the hearing on the 5th.
It was in my original request of game room.
So if you look at the legal sheet below the attorney, I say in lieu of the game room attorney, so that position was in the civil division. The game room attorney was in the civil division. It was requested as a grade 76, but the request now is for an attorney, a senior attorney at a grade 77, in lieu of the game room attorney.
Okay.
Which begs the question, how do you intend to handle the game room issues?
Well, if we have an attorney, they'll be doing that in addition to their work. You know, the game room issue is added on to what we do now. And, you know, Chris and I have been working on that. We've met with you, and we've been working on looking at other jurisdictions and what they do. It's just going to be an additional legal issue for us to take care of.
An additional duty
yes.
for somebody.
I know that we've certainly had a lot of activity at game rooms, criminal activity, since the day we had it on our agenda. I think that evening I got sent an email about a lady being attacked, coming, I guess she was coming out of a game room. But so I think it's been a killing here in the last couple of days.
Sure.
Certainly brought that to everyone's attention.
What's the feeling of the group?
I think kind of the same thing that we discussed with the sheriff is, and again, to what Commissioner Johnson said, what are you going to cut?
Yeah.
And I don't think we can do everything.
I understand that.
I think we want to, not that we don't want to do everything. I just don't think we can do it.
So,
and I know you've cut, you've gone from here to here to here.
but year in and year out, we've tried to make sure that I have tried to make sure that I never appear before you and ask for anything that I don't have the data to support. I have been very adamant about that. And in fact, last year, when we had seen that increase in criminal cases, and I understand the district clerk added a position for the increase in criminal cases. We didn't because we felt like we could handle it going forward. But it is more than just a one-off kind of year trend. It is ongoing, and so I'm here today asking for that. We have not, when we started following 218 and doing magistration here, we didn't add any additional people. And so recognizing the big increase in the magistrate portion, we didn't ask for anybody last year. So I'm kind of the victim of my, and perhaps I should have added people last year or requested people last year, and I did not. So,
Sharon, you sat here and listened through the sheriff's request today.
Yes, sir.
Which I thought he made some good points. It's very important that he keep the criminals off the street. You've made some good points. Now put yourself in our position. What would you suggest we do?
I literally do not know.
That's sort of where we are right now.
Yeah. I mean, you've got the toughest decision there is. Absolutely.
Well, what decision we got to make is what are we going to cut to do the additional things that you and the sheriff are requesting. That's the way I'm looking at it.
How many meetings before the 10th?
We have 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Before the 10th.
I am, again, happy to work on the expediter committee. I hadn't received a notice, and I was visiting with the sheriff's person. I don't think they had, but we definitely want to work on that. I think there are things that we can work on. As we look at the small groups, the 200s, the 150s, the whatever, the largest single population in the jail at any given time is untried felons. And so if you're going to make an impact, let me suggest that needs to be something we look at too. And it was something that we looked at back in 2004. But that really heavily involves courts.
So we're using the Justice Executive meeting tomorrow at 3:30, I believe you and the sheriff.
JEPC.
Yeah, that's where our starting point is.
Let's see what happens tomorrow and then put this remain this to be considered.
I wish that we could really look optimistic at tomorrow, but it's going to take some time for this committee to do anything. I know. I watched the process last time.
Yes, sir.
And it was very successful, but it took several months to get it done.
It probably took a year just to get to the point where we were doing the actions that actually reduced the jail pop, but it was significant.
GK, what judges normally come to that meeting?
Oh, I need to ask Greg, the Justice Executive.
Normally I go and act on behalf of judges.
I didn't understand what he said.
I didn't either.
He said normally he
Normally
goes
I
on.
go on behalf of judges. I will not be there tomorrow though.
Why not?
I'll be in Richmond, Virginia visiting my mother.
Good.
Is there, what is the likelihood that maybe, could some of the judges, Greg, could you check with some of them and see?
I will see if I can have a judge come in and.
And who else, in your opinion, from the judicial side, should a couple of the magistrates be there, or, because I know their concern a lot of times is who do they release, and we talked about balls and strikes. There's going to be every once in a while they're going to make a bad call.
We have a significant amount of our judges at a conference right now. I just so the court knows that right now in August, about 51% of all misdemeanors are getting personal bonds. So it's the magistrates are making decisions based on that. In July, we did in excess of 1,000 personal bonds to get people out of jail, and they've also been showing up to court. We have about an 87% compliance rate for our personal bonds. So, yeah, the judiciary is through the magistration process is making as big as a bite of the apple as they can. So, but I will extend out to the judges that they would like to be at the meeting, and then Barbara Murphy will be there on my behalf because I will not be there.
And I had met with the county judges a couple of weeks ago, and they were very receptive. I mean, I think everybody wants to work together on making this happen. They just have to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with the way it's proceeding.
Yeah, Your Honor, I believe actually if you look at the jail population of unsentenced misdemeanors since the time of your meeting and where we are today, there has been a drop.
And can I say, absolutely, the magistration is working, as far as I can tell, so much better. The misdemeanors are so much better. It's the unsentenced felons, which they just told us right now in the jail is 2,432 people. That's the big issue in the jail.
Recently, I was talking with someone, and I know one of the things, and I'm just saying, is there a possibility that work? They were talking about what used to be walkthrough, and it was one of the bondmen. It used to be a walkthrough, and now that's pretty much done away with.
That's correct. Statutorily there never was a thing called a walkthrough, but you can do what they call a waiver of magistration, where if you have counsel, you can waive magistration.
And that can't be done now.
No, waiving the magistration can be done, but a bondsman walking somebody through cannot be done. If you have counsel, you can waive magistration. But the key is that statutorily, as we've been advised, is that magistration is something that you cannot waive unless you have an attorney.
So at that point, then, it's kind of the chicken or the egg. If you've got somebody, I guess if you can afford an attorney, you can get one before, but you can't get one appointed until after they've gone through magistration.
That's correct.
So that will only work for somebody who's got the money to hire an attorney. You can go through that way.
That seems to be the case.
And that gets us back into the catch-22 of equal protection under the law.
Yeah, and I guess the one other thing, and Greg helped me, because I know we've been able to figure out, we can do the risk survey without ever having talked to the individual.
Absolutely. We've never, we implement our risk assessment is done through the use of criminal history and failure to appear data from the Tarrant County Criminal Court System.
But we can't do it without having some conversation with them about their financial status, and we have to have both done before they can go to the magistrate.
That is where we're headed, yes, sir. We're hoping to be there within hopefully the next 3 to 4 weeks.
And is there anything we can do to help you speed that up?
No, I think we are really close, and video magistration has come up a little bit earlier. We are starting to test the ability to use video magistration in the new process to do the interview. So we're hoping to have that tested in the next couple of weeks and have that. IT was visiting with us yesterday on that issue. So
realizing that these people who you're talking with are always 100% honest.
Well, I believe we actually did some research prior to me taking this position that proved that we did statistical analysis to see that the amount of people that were actually giving the right amount of information, so that it was marginal, the amount of effort it would take to determine if they were lying or not. So, but I know the Indigent Defense Commission came and did that prior to me having this job.
Have we yet adopted the Arnold Foundation?
No, sir, but we are working with purchasing and county administration to do the RFP to bring in the consultant to do what the key to the Arnold is not really the tool, but the release matrix of what you do with your score and how to handle it. And we've been working, Vince has been working with us, I'm assuming he's back there, waved that way, to come up with the RFP to go out and get that. And that we're in shaping with that, and the judges are very much wanting to change to that.
What time? What time is your meeting tomorrow?
3:30, something like that.
Justice Executive Planning Committee.
That's it.
Okay. Sounds like we are on a to still be considered basis, and we'll address this same time, same place next week. There being no further business that we're going to listen to today, We're adjourned.